on, you feel it moving with the revolution.
Hey, everybody. My name is Dutchess, and this is AJ, and welcome to Dutchess Discussions, where we talk about true crime and missing cases. Y'all go over there and hit that like button and share this video out because we are here to talk about Tyler Doyle and getting justice for his family. This case is so important, and we have a lot to talk about tonight, guys. Thank you so much for being here. Yes, we are stocked up on chocolate, Duke. Thank you so much for making a chocolate run. AJ, how are you doing this evening?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great, y'all. Welcome, AJ, to the live. We have been, I don't know about you guys, but my phone's been ringing off the hook. I have had a busy week. I hope everybody's doing well. I just want to go over and say hey to a few people. Gosh, look how many people we got in here, guys. My gosh, we have 119 people already in here. We're just now getting started. Thank you guys so much for joining us. This is incredible. We're here to continue to discuss this case and talk about the inconsistencies, the problematic situations that we are talking about over in the Facebook group that each of us are seeing. I've been getting a lot of messages. People are reaching out to the governor. They're reaching out to their local commissioners, just asking people in law enforcement. Y'all, this is so important. This is so important. This is a movement. This is a revolution. And that is why I picked that song for this intro. I thought it was appropriate for a time like this, because we are all standing together, united, to find the answers so that the Doyle family can have justice and find some type of closure in this case. So where I want to start out tonight is just kind of welcoming in everybody. Thank you, moderators, for being here. I really appreciate all that you do to help keep this channel going, because Dutchess is not a person, although I am Dutchess, but this is a team. This is a team of people. I have researchers, I have moderators in my Discord, I have moderators here on YouTube. These people go out and hang up flyers. They are all across the United States. I even have people that are in the United Kingdom and in Canada. And we work collectively to help missing families have a safe space to share their story and challenges that they are going through in finding their missing person. And if you know somebody that needs a place to tell their story, have them send me a message. Because that's what we do here at Dutchess. We give them a safe place. We will not silence people that want to find justice for their family member who has not been found. And that's what we're doing here. Camshaft was ready and waiting. Hey, Tracy Martin, good to see you. The phone records, we're going to talk about some of those things, Kimberly, so y'all definitely want to stay tuned for this. Good to see you. Good to see you, Christina. Hey, Lindsay. Good to see you. Hey, Rosie. Hey, Allie. Hey, Sherry. Good to see you. I hope you're having a good day. Hey, Michelle. Hey, Jessica. Hey, Rosie. Hey, Jordan Marie. Hey, Cherie. Hey, Dawn. Hey, Lisa K. Jessica. Hope y'all are doing good. Hey, Racer 74's wife. Speaking of some of these wonderful members and subscribers, I have a wonderful subscriber, and I hope that she is listening, because she is the person who met me yesterday to pick up some flyers. And I'm going to share some of that. She sent me some pictures where she picked up Tyler's flyers, and I want to share that with you. From Miss Lisa. Hey, Donna. So glad to see you still praying for your aunt. You'll have to give me an update when you have time. I hope she's doing good. Hey, Linda. Tell my sister I said, hey, she better watch this live stream. Go call her on the telephone right now. Hey, B. Hey, Kat. Hey, Donna Martin. Hey, Tammy. Hey, Carrie. Hey, Tony Hardy. It's good to see you. Hey, Iris. Hi, Winter. Nice to see you. Hey, Gimme the Seaweed. Hey, Lisa Blake. Is it okay, Lisa, if I share that? I hope so. I think I asked you that earlier. Hey, FarQ. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you to all the members for being here. Hey, Becky. Hey, Jenna. It's good to see you. I am having a blessed day, Donna. A busy day is a blessed day. Idle hands are the devil's work. And I never have any idle time. Hey, Miranda. I'm so glad to see you. Ryder Yee Yee, much love for Tyler 38 Strong, my first live that you've got to join. Well, welcome, Ryder. Thank you so much for being here. Hey, Hannah. So glad to see you. Hey, F-Bomb Moms. Good to see you here. Just kind of rolling through the chat here. Hey, Shannon. Hey, Velvet. There's my honey. We're all stocked up with chocolate. Babe, you look really good in that emoji, by the way. I just want to say that. Hey, Hurricane Camille. Thank you for being here. Hey, Renee. Hey, Cindy. Hey, One Way. Good to see you. Hey, Angie. I hope everybody's having a good day. Get out your notepads. Hey, Audrey. Because we are going to go through a lot of stuff, and we're going to have some special guests that are going to pop in randomly throughout the live because everybody's on a different schedule. They have different stuff going on. So I might be getting some phone calls. I did invite some people to join us. Hey, Bridget. Hey, Camshaft. I did say hey to you, Camshaft. You were like one of the first people in here. I did invite Danny Jewell to come up in case y'all had some questions or wanted to talk to him. But he was out on the Gulf Stream today. He sent me a text, and, maybe if he gets back in time, maybe he'll come into the chat or, maybe he'll text me. We're also going to have another special guest that he's out doing something with droning for deer. I don't know exactly what that consists of, but Brad with Wings of Hope is going to try to call in and talk to us and maybe answer some questions that you guys might have. So I think it's going to be a really good evening. Hey, Jennifer Dupree, thank you for being here. She says, good evening, Tyler's Army. Trent the Beast Gaming. So proud of the hard work y'all have done for this family. Don't give up on my child's account, by the way. Perfectly fine. Hey, Kevin. Thank you so much for being here. Hey, We Are Cody's Voice. Hope you're doing good. Hey, Cat's Eye. I really appreciate all of y'all joining us tonight. I always like to say hey to everybody because each one of you matter so very much to this case because we're all working together. It takes a group of us being united the way that we are to get the answers, to get people's attention that, hey, something is going on and we've got to call the attention to it to get the right people invested to looking at this. I did get your email when Evil entered, and I'm going to address some of that stuff this evening. Hey, Kathy, thank you so much for being here. Your birthday's tomorrow. Well, happy early birthday, Miranda. Hey, Libby. So glad you could join us. I hope you had a good day. Hey, Adrian. Hey, Misty. All right, so pretty caught up as much as I can get there. And Taylor, it's going to be Taylor's birthday. Happy birthday to you as well. I think I just missed that. Hang on. Did I
Today is
just miss
Taylor's
it?
birthday. Happy birthday, Taylor.
Happy birthday, Taylor. I hope you both have a wonderful birthday. Y'all wish them a happy birthday
Happy
in the
birthday,
chat.
both of you guys.
We celebrate all the things. I need to have like a birthday song up here. And I don't have one of those. We'll just have to play the members video, and I'll have to make a birthday thing for you guys. I need to put another one up there. Hey, Lolly.
I'm sorry, Tammy Stamps, did you just say your microwave will make your internet disconnect?
Wait a minute. Oh, Lord, now the aliens are getting involved in everything. Oh, my goodness.
Just funny because I got a new Epson printer and I was trying to hook it up wirelessly. And when it hooks up, then the internet shuts off. And so then it goes away. I'm just like, I don't know what to do.
Oh, my gosh. That is crazy. So, look, let me show you this real quick. I want to say a big thank you to a cherished subscriber that I got to meet in person yesterday with her sister, and her name is Lisa, and she asked if she could come and meet me to pick up some flyers for Tyler Doyle, and I said absolutely. So we met over at Archie's, and she sent me these wonderful pictures of her going out. She said she went from Cherry Grove all the way to Southport, and they stopped at gas stations, all kinds of places. They even went to bars. They went out on piers. They went all kinds of places and gave out flyers, hung up flyers for Tyler. And she shared some pictures
Aww.
with me of her hanging up Tyler's flyer, y'all. And this, it just really makes me so happy that you guys want to help. If anybody else wants to meet me and pick up flyers to hang up, just let me know. If you have pictures of yourself hanging up flyers of Tyler, send them to me. I'll share them on the live stream. Look, she's hanging, because they're double-sided, guys. They're laminated. And so that means that, that's so wonderful. Thank you to the businesses that allowed her to hang up Tyler's flyer. We are so grateful that you allowed that. Thank you so very much. And thank you, Lisa. To you and your sister, Jennifer.
That is so awesome.
So let me...
people have everyday lives. It's really much more special than people actually realize when they take the time out of their own life to do something like this.
I think it's amazing. We have some of the most amazing people. And listen, I consider you guys part of this team.
Absolutely.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Right.
And the dream is that that we're able to get Tyler's name out there. And Lisa, thank you. Thank you so very much. And you are the sweetest. Y'all, she said, can I give you a hug? And I said, of course, come in here and give me a hug. I'm all about hugs, y'all. Listen, I care about my people. Y'all, you have no idea how much that meant to me, but I bet Lisa could tell you. Like, her and her sister were so sweet. they were so kind. And I just want to say how much I love and appreciate you, Lisa, and your sister Jennifer. It really means so much to this family. Thank you. Let's see, I think there was one more picture that she shared. Yeah, there she is at another place. And she said that she did stop and ask people if they were familiar, with Tyler's case. She said that she said, I wanted to let you know that they got those flyers out everywhere from Cherry Grove to Southport. They did put them in a few bars, which she thought was good because of the younger generation. And there was quite a few people in Southport that knew about the story. And that she was also told by Walmart to call 1-800 for the lost. And by the way, that is NCMEC's phone number, the National Center for the Missing and Exploited. And Joe Walsh actually, is affiliated with that. And he has these special walls in Walmart for the missing. And she said that she could call and find out about getting his poster added in there. So I thought that was extremely wonderful. And she said that she also put some up in bait and tackle stores and some of the local restaurants.
Which is really, really good spots.
But I think she did say that one lady made her mad.
Bound to happen.
Is that what happened, Lisa? Did somebody make you mad? Because I'll get them. I know she is a precious soul. And y'all, they're the sweetest people. They're so sweet. And I just appreciate you so very much. Hey, Jason, be careful driving. Don't be texting and driving now. Yes. And we appreciate it so very much. Just let me know. Yeah, just get in touch with me and let me know, and I'll send you some. Okay, Dawn. Yeah, y'all just get with me and just let me know. Thank you when evil entered. I really appreciate that so very much. So I just wanted to share that with you because I always like to give my people a shout out. There's another really wonderful subscriber, and I don't know if she wants me to say her name or not. So I don't want to say it. I don't want to, because some people do go by their real names on YouTube. I hope she's listening, but she wrote a letter to the North Carolina governor about Tyler's case. And I think she's worked in the legal system before. I think she actually worked for a former senator. And so she just felt led by the Lord to reach out, even though she didn't know the family, but she knows the law. And she knew that something wasn't right with this case. And so she reached out. And I think she was pretty disappointed that really they, said there's nothing much, that they can do. In fact, they just kind of gave her this, generic reply. And when she reached out to someone that they asked her to contact, they were familiar with the case, but, they basically told her, as you know, there's nothing we can do about it because we're not over the case. You'll probably need to have somebody to write the governor in South Carolina. And I just want to thank her for doing that because she feels like she didn't do anything. But y'all, I just want you to put some hearts in the chat. And I'm just going to call her the letter K. Because she didn't have to do that. She did that out of the goodness of her heart. And even though nothing came of it, it still got to cross the governor of North Carolina's desk. And I know that the Lord knows what she did. And the fact that she took the time to write that letter, and by the way, I read the letter myself. She sent it to me, and it was the most wonderful letter. And I sent it to Shay, and Shay was so grateful for this subscriber doing that. And I just want to tell her thank you. You have no idea what it means to just reach out in your own state to do that.
Duchess,
Mhm.
I need to grab nephew from bus stop. You guys give me like 3 minutes.
No problem. No problem. Just mute yourself out. Let me go back over here to the chat real quick, because I bet Lisa did say what happened. Thank you, Melanie. I appreciate that. You sure did, Lisa. Let me go back down here. The Lord and the law is what we need. Amen to that. Y'all make sure you go over there if you have not signed the petition for Tyler Doyle. There are 2 petitions. You can also find those petitions and links to the Facebook page, links to Clear Truth. All of those things are in the description box of this video. So if at any time you need to find those, you can always go to one of Tyler's videos and look in the description box and you can find those there, just in case you need it. Oh, camshaft. Well, listen, you can't win them all. You can't win them all. Thank you so much for y'all putting some hearts in the chat for her. Because I just want people to know that every time I get a message saying that you guys have prayed or that you have went out of your way to make a phone call or write a letter, I send all of that to the family. And the family appreciates everything that you're doing. Even if it's just praying, that makes the difference. It really does. We all can do and contribute in our own way, and that's okay. Jenna says, despite the tragedy that has called us here to Dutchess discussions, this group restored my faith in humanity. A lot of really great, caring people here. Jenna, thank you so very much for being here. I just want to try to uplift people, and help other people, because there were times that I needed help and there were people that were there for me, and it's kind of a pay it forward situation. And I feel like sometimes people don't get the support that they need. And that's what I want our team to offer here. So I really appreciate that. I don't know. She has been very busy lately. But she may be listening. She may be listening, but you never can tell. She does have the link. So sometimes she will just pop up. So I'm not sure, but I guess we'll play it by ear and see.
Okay, I'm here. I'm so sorry, you guys. When this dog is out and the little van drops him off, he won't walk by so he texts me, Auntie, can you come get me? So I apologize.
It's
I'm back.
okay. No apology needed. You always need to take care of your family. Miranda, yes, someone did contact our governor, and I'm going to show that if that's okay. AJ, you think it's okay? Because it was posted in our group.
Yeah, if it was posted in the group already, I think it's fine.
If you guys remember on the last live stream, Miss Melissa came in at the end of our live stream, and she had told us that she was going to reach out to some people that she knew in legislation. And when I went over to the Facebook group today and saw this post, I was so excited. Melissa says, I made a phone call today to Governor McMasters asking him to implore the Attorney General to have SLID take over and reopen Tyler's case. He listened and asked me to put my request in writing. I am going home now to draft letters to Governor Henry McMasters, AG Alan Wilson, Representative William Bailey, who serves on and basically it just goes on to say that he is on the South Carolina Legislative Oversight Committee. He actually lives just a mile and a half from my house. He doesn't live far from me at all. He lives in Little River. So,
I can't even lie, Dutchess. Usually when I cry or get tears in my eyes, it's usually out of anger because somebody's done ticked me off. But this,
yeah,
reading this, just all I could do was tears start welling up, and I'm like, okay, like this is amazing. And I thank Melissa so much for this.
Melissa, you mean so much to us because listen, I'm a part of your community here. I'm a local. And for you to do this for Tyler's family, who is like my family, like we can be friends for life. Okay.
Absolutely.
You made my entire day when I read that post. And I just want to thank you so very much, Melissa. For doing that. Yes, Melanie. It doesn't matter if you're a resident of South Carolina or not, because we hope to make it go into other states. We'd like for other states to start petitions. If you live somewhere else and you think that Tyler's Beacon petition is important and should be considered in your state, I encourage you to make a petition in your state. And you can use my petition as a reference as to why you want to do that. I've been following this case, and they're pushing for
It's
these
not just
petitions in
about
South
water. I
Carolina.
mean, this
Yeah,
is not just about water. This is about any, like even, the mountains where they're snowing and they're skiing and stuff like they're not required to wear beacons over there either. And everybody should be because everybody could have way more of a chance of being saved when something happens.
exactly. There is something else that I wanted to share with you real quick. I also noticed this.
Me running to Expedia to check flights.
I believe that is the board meeting.
That's what we were looking for.
And I
Interesting.
just want to thank, I've got to find her here in the chat, Dawn Allen, for sharing the link to the DNR board meeting. I had that link, and then I think I erased it by accident because I had so many links on my clipboard, and then I couldn't find it, and I got sidetracked, and I got to working on something else. And when I saw that she shared it in the group, I was like, that is what I was going to do, is send that link to AJ.
Yes,
The DNR group. So, Dawn, I just wanted to thank you for sharing that in the group. Listen, it takes a village, y'all.
absolutely.
And I have ADHD and also OCD. So sometimes it's a battle. But I just have to get through it, I can't do all the things. I don't have octopus arms. I can't be, although I mean I can multitask to an extent, but sometimes I can't be doing all of the things. And that is why um I'm so thankful when I see that you guys are looking into things. And I know there was some controversies, some questions that happened this week about the phone records. And this was one of the things that I screenshot, and I put my own little text message on this little part right here because this was something that I had already noticed, and I saw that it was pointed out in the group. These connection times after Tyler's phone would seemingly be turned off. How do you connect to that? I mean, how does one connect to a voicemail? Is it because his phone wasn't turned off and that was a voicemail? How do we understand that?
No, from my understanding, it's so we don't. Here's the problem, you guys. We know that documents were added to these phone records, and I'm not going to really go into it about how I know, but I can tell you this from the legal department at AT&T's own mouth, and Shay has heard this. There was 17 records sent for voice usage, 17 pages. There was 3 pages sent for SMS, and there was 25 pages sent under data. The rest did not come from AT&T. Period. Now, my understanding is Ronnie Floyd took the information, or had someone that took the information from what they did send, and they put it into a software, which makes sense because they use what's called Trax, which is basically a software designed by LexisNexis. It and give me the C, we did call. That's how I have this information. We
Yeah.
called the legal department directly.
Mhm.
So we know that in total there was only 45 pages. All I can say is, for whatever reason, he decided to add pages that he populated from the Trax software. I am not going off any of that. If it's not the original pages from AT&T, I'm not even going to try to get into what's real and what's not real, because we all know when it comes to Ronnie Floyd, there's just no damn telling. Excuse my French, but there's just not. So I can't really. All I know is there's 17 pages of voice data usage. They do not send maps. That has nothing. None of that came from AT&T. So I quickly showed on the last live how easy it is to copy and paste, and I'm just not going to trust any of that. So I've took the liberty to reorder the records where they will come directly to me, because I just don't trust it.
Well, I wanted to ask, because I know that you said that you'd called,
Mm-hmm.
and so many things just don't add up. When Evil Entrum said
Now,
you can do a test with another AT&T phone and see if it shows up when the phone is off. I think we
and
did have some people kind of
Shay did
testing
that.
that.
Me and Shay did that.
Yeah.
Yep. But the problem is if you read the AT&T instructions, which I posted on the Clear Truth site, AT&T says that means that there was a connection. Now, if I get these same records back and it says the same thing, then we're going to have to figure out how and why and all of the above. I did reach out to a mobile forensics place today, and they did respond, and I have to send them all of the records. They're called Aperture. It's Aperture, and you can go to their website and read. This is like what they do. And hopefully when I send those over, they'll be able to give a better explanation. I don't want to try to give an explanation until I know what's right and what's real and what's a lie and what's made up and all of the above.
I totally understand. Makes perfect sense to me. Okay, so we'll take that down.
I did want to find out if anybody in the group at Dutchess that lives in South Carolina has ever, more importantly, recently had to call 911 if they were left on hold for any period of time.
Oops. I don't know how that got on there. Lord.
Angie, they are different, but they're supposed to be different because it's a more in-depth record.
Yeah, don't be that guy, y'all. Don't be that guy.
Don't be anything like him, because it really takes a heartless person. I don't know if you guys heard the recording that I posted. It was, and I understand that it was extremely hard to hear because the way that I received it was hard to hear. But that recording was from Ronnie Floyd to Miss Linda.
I've got it.
You got it? Okay.
I got it. Let's play it. Let me get down here to my videos. Give me 1 second. And because I thought that was very important. Now, listen, guys, if you have in earbuds, I would highly recommend a little warning in the chat. You might want to take those out because it does screech on this video, and I care about y'all's hearing. So, just FYI. So this is about a 1 minute and 26-second clip. We may have to play it a couple times. I want you guys to really try to focus on what this is saying, because if you have to really listen, if you can put on headphones and just prepare yourself for, because it does kind of screech a little bit. It's kind of unclear, but what he says in there, it is so important. Okay. And so I just want to let you guys know, because I know sometimes when I have on my Apple headphones, I have the big Apple headphones, and then I hear somebody screeching or something. And you try to pull those things off, it'll about pull your ears off your head. So I just want to give y'all a warning, just in case. All right, here we go.
Listen to this bullshit. Oh my goodness. Let me play it from my phone because it's clear. Because that, I don't know what happened to that.
Yeah, when I recorded it from the group, it had that.
I wonder, did it have that when it was played on the group file as well?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. I am so sorry. I gotta go back and start listening.
Look, give me the sequence. Can we get the captions for this? It's kind of like the teacher from the
play it.
Peanuts. It was like the teacher from the Peanuts.
I don't know what that was about. But here, I'll play it right now.
Okay.
Hey, Miss Doyle, I think I was off. We're out of town or something. Called the first time. I was tied up yesterday on some other stuff. Yeah, those phone records, that's just everything we had from Tyler's phone. And, of course, it's got the GPS coordinates and stuff on there as well and all. So that's basically all the phone records we had. I think it may show where the phone died and everything, location and the time and all that kind of stuff. So that's really all I had to pass on to you. You need to give me a shout and call me back. Thanks, bye.
Did y'all hear that?
Yes, that was much better.
Okay.
So Crystal said that sounded like an SOS on the first call.
Yeah, I'm telling you. I didn't even realize. I think it's because I used the screen recording because that's the only way I could get it from my phone. So because you can't upload just an audio clip in the group, it has to be some type of video or whatever.
Right.
But basically, what he's saying is, it's so ironic because he basically admits that he had the phone records. He specifically says, "Oh yeah, those are just the phone records that I wanted to pass on to you." He speaks of how their GPS. First of all, that is bullshit. Excuse my French, and I apologize. That's just straight up BS. And if he knew anything about phone records, he would know that that's BS because GPS is something completely different from cell tower triangulation. Two different complete things. So he has no clue what he's even talking about. But my point is y'all remember the phone call with Miss Linda, how she had to beg him? He already had them. He could have told her right then, well, Miss Linda, I have the phone records, but he didn't.
Can you play it one more time?
Sure.
Hey, Miss Doyle, I think I was off. We're out of town or something. You called the first time. I was tied up yesterday on some other stuff. Yeah, those phone records, that's just everything we had from Tyler's phone. And, of course, it's got the GPS coordinates and stuff on there as well and all. So that's basically all the phone records we had. I think it may show where the phone died and everything, location and the time and all that kind of stuff. So that's really all I had to pass on to you. You need to give me a shout, call me back. Thanks, bye.
It may have showed where the phone died and everything else. Well, how in the God's green earth make this make sense? How do you take phone data? See, that's what makes me think he faked something, Dutchess, because when he said it may have showed where the phone died, first of all, the phone will lose Wi-Fi signal as soon as it hits the water. Go to YouTube, go to Google, search it. There's many, many videos proving this. Many. As
Yes.
soon as it hits the water, that Wi-Fi and data set, it's going to turn off. Even if the phone stays powered on, it is not going to be able to transmit data. So the fact that there is data transmitted and all of this after the times, that raises pause with me, because he
Precisely.
he specifically says, oh, when the phone died. So that's when you wanted the phone to die? Because yeah, that's not making no sense. And better yet, oh my goodness, my Facebook. Better yet, if the bottom line is, how does he know that there's data, and how can he make data show up when I have access to the account and I can show you right now that no data showed up on the phone bills past 5 o'clock?
That part, Christina. Mm.
Yep, no data showed up on them phone bills past 5 o'clock. And GPS is more accurate than cell tower triangulation because GPS shows where the device is, when cell tower triangulation does not show where the device is. It just shows the tower that the device is connected to, which is way more accurate when it comes to GPS. But this ain't GPS on these bills. It specifically says cell tower location history, not GPS. So
Yeah.
why would he even say that?
It's something is just not right. Look, she says
Nothing
Matt
was
lost his
connected.
phone in the Waccamaw River and it instantly died. Totally. Life 360 and all.
Most phones will. Some iPhones will stay powered on for a minute or two, but it's not going to be able to transmit data whether it stays on or not.
Yeah, the last place was the 360, obviously. Yeah.
And that's not the last place that shows on the records that he gave.
Yeah, that's the problem that we're having with that.
Furthermore, AT&T, you guys, does not send out maps that say Tyler's Doyle's boat went down when we already know that ain't where the boat went down. The boat went down. You can see the pictures and the coordinates from CTO where it says arrived on scene. That means on scene of the boat. And it's nowhere near where Ronnie Floyd has that pin dropped on that little map. So none of it makes sense.
No, Crystal, the records that she has and from Tyler's account do not match the phone records that Ronnie Floyd still
Some
gave.
of them do.
Some of them do, but
Yeah.
some of them don't.
Right. Right.
I agree when
And
evil
and there
enters.
now actually, let me explain that, Dutchess, because I want to be clear. There's actual a reason for some of them not matching. See, the thing is the phone records obtained from AT&T is way more in depth. It can tell you from the time you press the send button how many switches that the call is transferred through and how many seconds it takes to get transferred before that first ring. And then that's when it starts the established time. So when people try to call, okay, for instance, iMessages do not show up on the regular AT&T phone bill. But as we've proven, Shay has an iPhone also. She texted Tyler a few times. Those show up on these records. Here's my problem. Christian Holden's text, whom also had an iPhone, where he texts Tyler and says, Tyler, answer me at 5:01 p.m. Guess what? That ain't there. You know what else ain't there? The text from him saying, hey, when am I supposed to be at your house? I'm about 10 minutes by Al Brooks, or whatever that place is called. Yeah, those ain't there either. Going back to my first statement of how in the hell do you play pool driving down the road? None of that stuff that Ronnie Floyd provided to us in the FOIA from Christian Holden is showing on the AT&T phone records. Not one of those text messages. And iMessages on those particular records do show up. Not the message itself, but the contact made. None of those messages are there. Not one. Not on any part of it.
Interesting.
So if it makes sense.
Very interesting. When Evil Entered actually sent me an email and was asking me a few questions, and I just wanted to make sure that I was able to get back with you because I've not had a chance to email you back. So since you're here, I want to go ahead and answer your questions. Did Tyler have any tattoos? No. Did the family submit DNA samples to the FBI, NAMUS, or any law enforcement? Well, it was just trying to get them on board, to get them to take the DNA was the biggest issue that we had at
Yeah,
first.
Brian submitted his.
Yeah, Brian did finally submit his. Ronnie Floyd did not collect it. An Horry County Sheriff's police officer did that and sent it into NAMUS. However, we still do need his mother to give a DNA sample, and I really do pray that Michelle will consider giving her DNA sample for NAMUS, because we do need that mitochondrial DNA, because mitochondrial DNA is not easily degradable as nucleic DNA is. And you can only get nucleic DNA from men, or even like from their children, or brothers and sisters. So you really need, because that only comes from a maternal source. And that's why we really need to get that mitochondrial DNA. Because if somebody does find remains and he needs to be identified, it may not happen with Brian's DNA alone. And that's just the truth.
Dutchess, let's clear up one more thing, if you don't mind.
Okay,
So
let me answer this. I want to answer this last question
Oh, okay.
of the
I didn't
email,
know
and
you-
then absolutely.
Okay.
I think that your question is, there was a body found in the woods in Somerville, West Virginia, that had not been identified. Just wondering if anyone from the family has submitted DNA, as this was a white male and was Tyler's age and description. Something is definitely wrong with this case, and it reminds me of the Mike Williams case, in which the waders were put in the lake so the wife could declare him deceased. This case was also a duck hunter, and I wonder if they use this case as their backdrop. We've talked about that when Evil Entered. I found that I had watched part of that before, and I had forgotten all about it. And somebody brought that up to me back in June, and I went over and watched it and sent it immediately to Shay and had her to watch it, because yeah, it is. It was very eerie. So I hope that can answer some of your questions. It's very interesting about this young man that was found in West Virginia. And but Brian's DNA is supposed to be submitted, but that was just this year. And as you know, because of the funding situation, I know with Amber Ray Johnston, it took 18 months to get the DNA put into NAMUS after the state police collected the
Wait,
sample.
how
It
long
took
did it take?
18 months to
Oh
get her
my
added
goodness.
into the system, because they told her COVID, they told her, and this was in 2022. Yeah,
Wow.
they said that it was COVID, and plus they're having to collapse other systems, and that they have a new way of collecting DNA. There's a new process, and so they're actually having to remove old DNA samples and run it through this new database system. So they're having to upload all of these older files. And so with them trying to do that, plus bring in new DNA, they only get so much funding a year. And when they run out of funding, they stop accepting cases to be submitted into the actual database of DNA that's, already been collected. So that's why it took 18 months. So Brian just gave his DNA just a couple months ago. So it could be this time next year before we may see Brian's DNA actually be added into that database, unfortunately.
Wow.
Yeah. Let me go over here to the chat. I'm not sure, F-Bomb Mom. Maybe Shay could tell us if he had a life proof case. Hey, Duke. I love you.
I love you too, baby.
Hey, lean on me. Hey, Melissa. I just wanted to say thank you. I don't know if you were here earlier. Well, we thought that it might be coming from his iPad, but it turns out that Tyler's iPad was actually locked in a safe that nobody had the ability to get into except for him and his dad. So
And I did
nobody.
ask about that. I did ask AT&T about that actually. And no, it has to be coming from the device with that number because that is how they pulled the records.
Interesting. That's good to know.
And that's
Did
a
he
very
have an iWatch that could have been used by someone after the last pin drop?
I was told he had iWatch. However, there was not one connected to his iCloud account. But now this freaked me out. I didn't know that your iPhone ear, I don't have an iPhone, you guys. Your earbuds actually send out a signal too. You can actually, like, they have a signal. Maybe somebody in here can explain that because I still can't get it. But it literally said his earbuds was connected into the iCloud account. It blew my mind.
Well, B. Reed could, but it's not maternal DNA. So Reed doesn't have mitochondrial DNA. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, that comes from maternal only. So it has to be from a mother. That's why we need her DNA. That's why it's always critical to have that. When was Tyler last seen prior to going duck hunting? Earlier that day, he went to work.
Yes. And we know this, but also not just by the response that Shay got, but if you really look in that video, you can see the very front bumper edge of Tyler's work truck.
Yes, and also his, I believe his boss said that he felt bad about letting Tyler off work early that day to go duck hunting.
Yes.
So, and apparently that's something that he would do. Like Tyler would say, "Hey, can I knock off early so I can go get in some duck hunting?" Because the guy that he worked for was also a duck hunter, and they have duck hunted together also. So,
And I see Melissa's comment. Here's the weird thing. When me and Shay together logged into the Gmail and the iCloud of Tyler, unfortunately, for whatever reason, be it done by someone's hand or not, it said that the last time Tyler's phone actually connected to his Gmail account was the day prior, which we know is not true or shouldn't be true because he used his phone and talked to people that day. He also made a Facebook post that same day, but it says that the last time that it connected was on the 25th. His iCloud account also shows no activity for the 26th, except for one picture that he uploaded the morning of the 26th that I guess he had took the night before. And I don't know if he just didn't have wireless access or what it was, but it uploaded on the 26th. And that was it, which I've always said is very, very strange.
yes. Susan, thank you so much for your super chat. She sent me a $1.99 super chat. Thank you, Susan. I appreciate you so much. Melissa says Facebook, Snapchat, and other chats collect actual GPS data. LE could have subpoenaed the records from those companies.
They didn't, but I have them. And that's another one that stopped communicating on the 25th. Honestly, you guys, it seems, and me and Shay were on Sharon's screen and went into these. It honestly seems like, for whatever reason, Tyler literally logged out of everything on the 25th. And I just find that super, super odd. I find that really, really weird. Because he also made that post on Facebook of the 26th saying, "Don't play sad songs for me." I don't know how y'all perceive that, but I perceive that as really strange because that song is about when somebody dies.
Christina says, I can click on find my on my phone, and it shows me the location of my phone, watch, and earpods, and it shows the last location where they were when they died.
As it should, but it wouldn't show us. And don't forget that I had posted in the group back then that there was other phones connected to. I don't know what y'all share with people, but I wouldn't be sharing my iCloud account. Somebody that's like a friend of mine would not be sharing an iCloud account with me. I'm sorry, they just wouldn't. Not a Gmail, not none of that. If you're not, I mean, maybe my husband, but yeah, no, his friend's iPhone was connected to his iCloud account.
Okay, so Michelle's telling me that I need to explain this one more time. Yeah, mitochondrial DNA is what is used as the high gold standard in forensics testing. So if you are going to identify remains, the gold standard is to collect mitochondrial DNA. And the source of mitochondrial DNA, yes, we all have a small amount of mitochondrial DNA, but the largest portion of mitochondrial DNA is maternal. That means female. So if your child is missing, they really want to get the mother's DNA because she's going to have the most mitochondrial DNA. And mitochondrial DNA doesn't degrade like nucleic DNA. I'm going to look up something here and I'm going to see if I can drop a link to you in the chat about mitochondrial DNA. And forensics. Mitochondrial DNA and forensics. And it says here that mitochondrial DNA is useful in forensic science when DNA is damaged or degraded. Because for high sensitivity, this analysis you can obtain information from old items of evidence in cold cases and small pieces of evidence that contain little or biological material if you have mitochondrial DNA, because it actually takes longer to break down. And mitochondrial DNA is the gold standard in criminal forensics. The only major disadvantage, I think, is lower discrimination power compared to multiple nuclear DNA markers. Because in contrast to the nuclear genome, that is because it's a uniparental maternal mode of inheritance. That means that mitochondrial DNA comes from the maternal side. I know, it's a lot of scientific stuff. Okay, let me go here to the chat. Does that help to clear it up maybe in some way for any of you non-science people? I know it's a lot to take in, but that's the reasoning that they need it. Melissa said you can even get mitochondrial from a hair even without a root. Well, you can, but in order for this particular test, like they've got to have X amount of tubes of blood that they will collect. They have a certain way that they want to collect it because it has to go into 4 different databases. You got CODIS, you've got, I think, let's see, I can't remember all the 4 databases, but there's 4 currently that are active. Where they would actually put the DNA in the event that, like, Tyler showed up in a hospital, or Tyler showed up in jail, or Tyler showed up in another country, or or if they found him somewhere else in the United States besides South Carolina, that DNA sample would be accessible by the federal government, the state government, by local authorities. There's all these subsections of how that's broken down. I don't know, Carol. That's a good question. I just pray that she will choose to do that just so that this family can find closure. I mean, it's not going to cost her any money. She just has to go down to the sheriff's department and say, my son's Tyler Doyle and he's missing in the water. And I just want to submit DNA to be put on NAMUS. They'll make a phone call. They'll make it happen. It'll probably take 10 minutes and that's it. Okay.
Yeah,
so,
it's super quick.
let's see. Camshaft says that there are some questions that you posted for people in the group that are asking. Okay. Did you post them in the group or did you post them in here? Because I've missed a few comments from that. So let me go back up here. Did you happen to see that, AJ? So if you want to address that, did you send them to me or are they in the group? Wait a minute. I think Michelle just texted me. Hang on. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Camshaft says another question someone had in the group. They wanted to know about the 2 calls Tyler made to Brandon and Jimmy. They wanted to confirm Tyler did in fact talk with them.
Okay. So let's talk about the call to Brandon. And I'm not going to turn this into a bash Brandon, but I'm just going to say fact-based, what is there and what I see. Brandon gave a statement to the police department or to DNR that Tyler called him freaking out. However, when I first got access to the AT&T account, the number called, 2 numbers were transposed. It was not Brandon Tyler's number, and then Brandon called Tyler. I then contacted Casey, which is Brandon's mother, and I asked her to please clarify why this is the case. Why did Brandon say Tyler called him? Because that didn't happen. She responded that Brandon explained he got it mixed up, that yes, he did call Tyler, but it was because he had a missed call from Tyler. Well, they talked for 3 minutes that morning. That's not a missed call when you're on the phone for 3 minutes. I find it very odd that Tyler misdialed Brandon's number and then literally within a couple of minutes, Brandon immediately calls him back. How's that a missed call? Because he called a completely different number. Now, did they speak? Yes. I mean, I can't say that it was Tyler himself because I'm not the one on the phone with him, but I can say that it shows on the bill. Other than that, I can say that there was a 1:18 call with Jimmy Long, and I can say Jimmy Long repeatedly, it's kind of sad to even look at. He repeatedly tried to reach Tyler again over and over and over. Like he was one of the ones that was blowing Tyler's phone up after nobody heard from Tyler again. He really was trying to, do what he could. I can't say who was actually on the phone with the calls, but I can say that the calls are there.
And also he said, I saw where someone asked if Ronnie Floyd has any connections to LD and CH, which I think we have talked about this before on previous live streams.
We have, I think. And that's another thing. Somebody just asked another about Lakeland. I'll let you go ahead and answer that one first, Dutchess, and then I'll clear I don't know if they have a connection. I haven't found anything. I just find it weird. I find it really weird that Ronnie Floyd has Christian saved in his phone under the name simply Christian, not Christian H, not Christian nothing, not CI, nothing, just the word Christian. To me, that screams personal. I mean, I have people that I've known for years that I don't have saved in my phone by their first name.
Well, I do know that you also, there was another screen recording that I pulled from the Facebook group that I thought was really good, and it was about Lakeland calling Tyler's phone.
Absolutely. And let me be clear on this. So apparently in the records, there is a connection, but it didn't actually go through to Tyler's phone from Lakeland that's at like 6 something that night. To be honest with you guys, I really don't give a damn if she tried to call him later on. Because here's the thing. If you call me and tell me my husband's boat sank, that's the first phone call I'm making. That's the first call I'm making. So why would you wait 2 hours or however long it was? And again, I can't even verify that these records are real. I know that on that phone bill, there is nothing from, she blows that man up. Literally, I can tell you at least 15 times all day long, until 2:30. And then it stops. There's not a single call from her. And I mean, when I say she blows him up all day.
Give me the seaweed. The reason that he probably hasn't is because people are calling him and harassing him saying that he's a murderer, and he's not. And it has
Ridiculous.
really upset his mother, who is probably in this live stream right now listening.
And I don't think that
And
there's really a reason for him to speak out. I mean, he got a phone call. He wasn't even in town. What's there for him to speak out about? He's already been through so much with people calling his phone and acting crazy. I don't know if I'd speak out either. He's kin to the family. I assure you they've spoken.
oh
I
yeah,
assure you of that. Definitely. So it's
everything the family needs to know. Well, Jimmy's already talked to them. It's the people
absolutely
that haven't spoken to the family that has the family concerned.
right.
But Jimmy has spoken to the family, and he
Many
is
times.
family.
Yep.
So,
He doesn't owe anybody, he doesn't have to come up and speak out. I mean, as long as he's talking to them, that's all that matters.
right. Angela, that's interesting. I think they went to school together and played sports.
Oh, wow.
That's the connection I found. I believe that is.
Oh, on the golf team or something like that?
It was either that or football. I don't know. They looked like they were in some kind of group sports picture together that somebody sent me. So I was assuming they must have played sports together. I mean, this is a small town. Like, I mean, you're probably going to know the same people that. I mean, when you go to school with people, you know people that are involved in the same activities. Whether you're a duck hunter, if you're, you know, you race cars. I mean, look at all the different people that are in the chat. A lot of these people actually know the family. They know Tyler, whether it's through racing or duck hunting or because they're just a local. I mean, Loris is not a big town.
Right.
So it's bound to happen, but I just wanted to really figure out, like, I don't know really much about Lakeland. You believe it was golf? Yeah, okay, yeah. I knew I saw them in a picture together. So,
Well, that's another thing. Who gave Tyler's coordinates? Let's break that down. Brandon gave Tyler's coordinates, but let me tell y'all something else. I have a recording from Brandon's mother where she describes how she said when Brandon called her before he called anybody else, mind you. She describes that she had to literally talk Brandon down and complain to him or convey to him that why he doesn't need to go out and look for Tyler. Well, I'm sorry. I don't know how y'all do things, but if my son calls me and tells me that his best friend is drowning, I'm going to be like, what the hell are you doing on the phone with me? Call 911. I'm not going to sit there and be trying to have any type of conversation with him. It's just not going to happen. I find it ridiculous. That's my personal opinion. I know everybody deals with things differently, and I respect that. But I'm not fixing to keep you on the phone for no 4 or 5 minutes while your friend's out there drowning. I'm going to be telling you to get your ass off the phone and call 911, period.
I'm sure you do, Melissa. I have no doubt in my mind. I call this the Redneck Yacht Club where I live. I have good neighbors, though. I really, I like where I live. I just don't like all the flooding that we get in the king tide. We have a good group of people, and we look out for each other. You know, and they know that I cover missing cases, or at least I like to think some of them do. I know quite a few of them are subbed to my channel. In fact, it was my neighbor who told me about Tyler being out there. That's how I found out about it. So, we just try to all connect together, and we were just here to help out each other, you know. Yeah, the rumors are unreal in a small town. Oh yeah. I do get a lot of flooding, it's for sure. I walked out to the boat landing today and I stood out there and I was just thinking, I was thinking about Tyler today, you know, because every time I look down the waterway, I see people asking, and I saw it again today in the group. If I've been asked one time, I've been asked probably 150 times or more about the cameras. Why didn't anybody that lives on the waterway
I seen that today too. I'm glad you're gonna go
get
over that.
footage? Blah, 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 blah. Listen, when this case first started, nobody realized that we needed to look at the camera footage, guys.
His own
We
family didn't think that there was anything. Well, Miss Linda didn't. She even says that in her recording. She wasn't suspicious like that.
Yeah. And I just want to say that I ask all of my neighbors that have cameras on the water. And just because we have a lot of big houses here doesn't mean everybody has cameras on their dock facing the water. And the ones who did, their video records over every 10 days.
I don't think people understand, like, even with the ring video, unless you, and we didn't get the FOIA. I didn't get the FOIA until, what was it, late March, Dutchess?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So ring video only lasts 60 days. And there's, as far as I'm aware, there's no option to make it last longer. You would have to go in and actually save it.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think people realize that. Like, by the time we realized, when Shay and I, which, you know, we didn't speak out at the very beginning, I knew a lot of information. I saw a lot of red flags and stuff, but I didn't say anything. I didn't take it to YouTube because I respect the family. And, you know, there just came a time when I was like, Shay, how much longer are we not going to say anything? Like, you know,
You know, and
you
that's a
have
good
to be
question.
Tyler's voice, you know, because otherwise they're going to get away with this. You know, and I said, I feel like I'm in the hot seat because I've seen too much. I tried to I want to be respectful. And I said, but I also have an obligation to tell the truth.
And that's a good question too, Angie. When did Shay become suspicious? Let me tell y'all something. Shay went up to, and Duchess, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but as far as I'm aware, she went up to Christian
Girl.
Holden as he was sitting in his girlfriend's car, who, mind you, got there when TJ Brown was following them to the landing, which is a whole nother issue. But she asked him, "Who the hell are you? And where is my nephew?" But with you got to understand something. He, first of all, the first words out of his mouth was, "I'll tell you like I told everybody else." Who the hell even starts an answer to a question like that? That still to this day blows my mind. "I'll tell you like I told everybody." Who the hell is everybody else? Because he had only been in the ambulance. Really, police wasn't even on the scene yet. We have the documented times that the SCDNR didn't even arrive till late that night.
I know
So
the owner, by the way, give me the seaweed. He's a very good friend. And I did talk with him about the video. And yes, there is a camera on the dock. And I did talk with him. That's actually two separate things. And I did ask them, but the video was already deleted. It's every 10 days. There was no recording because by the time we asked them, that was 2 months later. So that's why there was no recordings. So I just wanted to make that, you know, clear that they didn't give any video because there wasn't any video to give. That's what I was told. So I just wanted to clarify so that nobody, you know, I don't want any misinformation to be out there. And that's what I was told to my face. Firsthand knowledge. Yeah, we did expect to find him in the first few weeks. So there was nobody that was really, you know, and when I asked my neighbors, like, they didn't just say, no, you can't have the camera footage. You know, I mean, that's not how my neighbors are, y'all. I even asked people in other neighborhoods. Like, I just went up and knocked on people's doors and say, I just need to know if you have cameras out on your dock and how long do you keep the footage? And I mean, I can't help that they don't have it. And the cops weren't going to ask for it.
The cops wouldn't go do anything.
Yes, because I was really hoping that was the one that was going to have it, because I was really thinking there was people that would have cameras. I think there was one person that had a camera that had a, what do you call that? Like a hard drive, AJ? Or
A DVR. Is what they
yes,
mostly use
yes,
now.
yes. And they, I think theirs
Not
went
USB,
for like,
DVR.
like right around 20 some days. Like it was a weird number, because I was like, why is it that? And she was like, I don't know, because I can't fix it on the DVR.
Yeah,
It almost goes a month.
Even most businesses, unless it's like a bank, either they'll set their DVRs to record over themselves after 30 days. Some of them set it, if their DVRs are smaller, or if they're uploading to the cloud, they set it even less.
Yeah, and you're good, Gimme the Seaweed. Like, I just want to make sure that that was clear, because I heard a lot of rumors circulating about that. And that's why I just decided to, like, just ask myself, because, hey, New Start Homestead. I think, did I just get a
Yeah,
text?
she's
Hang
here.
on, I hear my phone. Beep, beep, beeping over here. Oh, I see some more messages. Kevin said, did they ever say how deep the water was where the dogs got a hit? Well, I'm hoping that Brad is going to be able to join us. He was doing some other stuff that he had to take care of for his business, and then he was going to try to give me a call. So if you guys had any questions, so that would be something I would say for if he's able to come on there, because he could tell you exactly. She says the officers didn't see a need for it, is what I heard. Yeah, that's what I was told by Ronnie Floyd to my face when I asked him why he didn't secure the camera footage, just in the instance that there was something negligent that happened or there was foul play. And he said, well, we determined there was no foul play. And I was like,
I'm sorry. That's just the funniest thing I've ever heard. I swear to God. He determined that there was no foul play based off the phone records.
and like I said, this is probably the face that I looked at Ronnie Floyd with every time I was out there.
As you should have. I promise you. He is I can't help but laugh to keep from I'm so past getting angry with his determining no foul play. He determined no
makes
foul
no
play.
sense.
He determined no foul play and names two pieces of evidence that he used to make that determination, and they totally contradict each other completely. How does two pieces of evidence that completely contradicts each other help you come to the same conclusion? He is ridiculous.
Mods, will you please drop When Evil Entered's link in the chat if you have not done that already? If you see creators come in that have channels, I'm subbed to When Evil Entered. I love that channel. Please go sub up to When Evil Entered. This is a great comment. First thoughts is accident, but when things don't make sense and your gut tells you something is wrong, there is a reason. This is exactly what happened to me in this case. And I know When Evil Entered understands where I'm coming from. I'm so glad that you're here seeing this for what it is, because it's just like the Summer Wells case. That case frustrates me so bad. The parents are literally grifting off our name, in my opinion. Okay. And it just, I don't feel like Hawkins County is doing anything to find this kid. And she's helpless, y'all. She was like 5 years old when she went missing. I feel like the parents know something. But once again, you have law enforcement that's just, it just seems like it's a lackadaisical situation. I just keep praying that somebody's doing something, but this is why we have these chats. This is why we have these discussions, to talk about people's opinions, what their thoughts and feelings are about the information that we have. Because I'm going to go ahead and tell you, when I started seeing people in Facebook groups talking about what they thought about the Lakeland situation and what her behavior was like. I just kept telling Shay, I was like, they know. They're not going to know. They're going to know. They're not going to know. They're going to know. And you know what? They knew.
Oh, yeah.
That something was wrong. And I tried to be impartial, and there just comes a time when, and listen, I still believe in innocent until proven guilty, but does that mean that you weren't involved in other things that were problematic?
Exactly.
No, that you can have that situation. Can you have a parallel situation where Tyler goes missing, but also that Lakeland is involved in other activities outside the marriage? Yes, that can happen.
And here's the thing, you guys. To be honest, none of
I
us are
don't-
cops. None of us are going to be able to say, hey, come here, you. We need to question you. Give me your name. Give me your ID. We don't have them
Exactly.
right. So until we get the authorities to do their job, nothing we say, do, find, or anything is really going to make a damn bit of a difference, because they're going to keep living their life. They're going to keep getting up every day, and we cannot do nothing about it because we don't have the authority. So the first step is to get the right people that have the authority to do something about it. Then it's up to them to do their job correctly and investigate all this other stuff that we found underneath the rug.
Yeah, we were talking about that last live stream about we watched, I don't know if you were here, but we watched a video of a guy try to see if he would sink with his waders on. And it turns out he couldn't make himself sink even after filling the waders up with water. And then he took the waders off, and they were all wadded up inside out in a bunch. And I'm like, so how did Tyler's waders get out in the ocean just laying all flat, right side out, like as if somebody laid them there? That doesn't make any sense to me, because the ocean is not going to turn them the right. I mean, no. I'm sorry. That doesn't
And if
even
you
make
think
sense.
that he took time to turn them inside, if not, if it's happened how they're saying it happened, he didn't.
Davis Pandur said he was screaming for his life when he got. So you're telling me
Yeah,
that
he found
somebody
out
was
that.
in that situation, but he's going to fix his waders and lay them out in the water?
Yeah, no.
No, that makes no sense. So that just all of this feels wrong. So I'm like, why does this not add up? I mean, well, we've looked at all the reasons why. Thank you, One Way, for summing up. You guys got to sum up. Great videos over there.
And I think that was another time when it really hit. I think it even hit you because I seen your live that day, Dutchess, when y'all got the FOIA and noticed the phone records and how Ronnie Floyd wrote TJ Brown's statement for him. Let's get it correct. TJ Brown was a lineman. Now, I'm no lineman, but I would assume that there's some type of testing or something you would have to do and would have to know how to read and write. Because I tried to give him the benefit of the doubt and thought, okay, well, maybe, the guy can't read. Maybe he can't write. And there's no shame in that, because that's the last thing I would ever make fun of. That would explain something. But he was a lineman. So no, yeah, he don't get a break on that either.
Doesn't even make sense to me at all. I mean, there's so many misspellings. It's like a fifth grader did it.
Yeah, well, Ronnie Floyd wrote TJ Brown's statement for him. TJ Brown didn't write his statement. Ronnie Floyd did.
True.
Which also leads me back to another recording that I have of Casey Tyler, where she says that Brandon, and for some reason, I believe this, Brandon heard TJ Brown give a statement to the police, and the first words out of TJ Brown's mouth was, Christian called me and said, if I need you, can you come? Brandon didn't FOIA the records. How would Brandon be able to tell her that and that be exactly what's in those records before any FOIA ever came out? So that tells me that TJ Brown was there. He didn't give his statement over the phone. He was there. So why did Ronnie write it for him? Maybe because he's holding the gun in one hand and the waiters in the other? Yeah, no.
I don't understand how he was able to secure Christian's waiters and gun and leave the scene before the police got there.
The police wasn't even there when he left the scene.
I know.
Yeah.
How
So
was he? Why did?
that's how
How was
I
he
know
able
that
to
they
do
lied
that? And
to
then the
Shay.
police came, and
Exactly.
then I mean, that
That's
is
how I know
no
they
bueno.
lied to Shay when they said they checked that gun. Who checked it? Because the police wasn't there. And if you think the ambulance people and medics are gonna check it, that's not their job. They ain't got time for that.
I mean, did anybody look at the gun to see if it had even been fired?
Who's gonna look at it? There wasn't nobody there but medics.
Exactly.
Police
That's
was
why they
not
should have
there.
not allowed him to remove the gun from the scene.
No,
These are,
police
I
should have
can't
got
with
there
this whole
quicker is what should have
situation.
happened.
This is wrong, wrong, wrong. This is why Ronnie Floyd, no, sir.
Who's
You
to
should have
say
been
that
like,
this
you better
didn't
bring me
happen
that
like
gun to
they
see how
say?
are you going to know after the fact?
Exactly.
Because
Who's to say that he didn't scare up some ducks and scare Christian and the gun accidentally go off and shoot Tyler?
it
Who's
could
to
have been
say
an
any of that
accident.
didn't happen?
It
It
could
could
have
have
been an
been.
accident.
And I still say it could have been. But the bottom line is people don't cover up something, try to hide nothing if they ain't got nothing to hide. So if Christian would have just stepped up, if that did happen like that, then we would have to go with that. But you don't change phone records. You don't have somebody pick up your gun. You don't tell your friend, if I need you, can you come? When your other friend's out there drowning.
Yeah.
And that's what I talked to Melissa about earlier. There's a law in North Carolina that passed in 2017. Failure to call 911 can get your ass put in prison. South Carolina needs the same law because no matter how you slice it, you don't wait 13 minutes when your friend is frantically, as you put in your own words, screaming and going crazy that he's about to sink and die. You don't wait 13 minutes. The safety boat got there in 9. Had he not waited 13 minutes, do the math.
Kevin says 7 feet is possible, but I heard Tyler was 5'10". Said one hand straight down towards seafloor and the rest of his body facing up towards the surface. If 7 foot, he would just be under the surface.
Absolutely. And then I had somebody tell me, why didn't he hang on to the gas tank line? Because it was still connected to the boat. And the gas tank was floating.
Well, if he got hit in the head, he wouldn't have been able to hang on to anything. Or if he, or a gunshot, whatever the, in my opinion, possible scenario, whatever happened. I mean, because, one of the things that I asked, if Christian said he was hanging on to the bow of the boat or something like that, because I said, what if Tyler tried to stay with the boat because he thought he could save the boat? But then it got critical. And, with the waves being rough, what if the boat went to stand up on its end because that heavy motor, that was a 90 horsepower boat, he shouldn't have probably had more than a 40 on there, if even that. It probably shouldn't have even been that much. So that boat, as soon as it started taking on water, probably started going, it was going to flip backwards because of the weight of that motor. And I mean, that boat could have cracked him in the head. Right? I mean, that was how it played out. Listen, this is me reconstructing it in my mind. If he's not going to be able to hang on or swim to shore or do any of these things that we all think is possible. He's a great swimmer. He's 5'10". He, something would have had to happen if he didn't make it out of that scenario. What does that scenario look like? Did Kristen accidentally shoot him? Or did the boat accidentally knock him in the head because he was trying to hang on to it? And think about that thing could have come flailing up out of the water. I mean, when that motor's going down, I mean, you don't know that what's going to happen out there in the ocean.
And which leads me back to Dutchess. I just sent you a picture. Maybe you want to show that picture because this is really
I hate to put it like that, but it's the fact that his waiters are out there and they're just laying out there and no wrinkles. It just looks like they're perfectly laying in the water. That doesn't make sense to me. If somebody called him on the phone and said, you need to get your waiters off, who was that? Was that Brandon Tyler?
Supposedly Brandon told him to take the waiters off.
Okay, well then, let's say he's trying to get the waiters off, trying to hold on to his phone, trying to also save the boat. I mean, that is a difficult task. He's going to be expending energy. Listen, it takes energy to even stay afloat in that water, you know, and it runs up a lot of energy just trying to fight all of that and try to coordinate all of that. Can you imagine trying to get them waiters off and hang on to your phone and try to stay in the boat at the same time?
Yeah, that's
It breaks my heart, really. And it makes me want to cry. And I can't tell you how many times me and Shay have cried about it. But you know, that is the way that had it to play out. The only way that I could make it make sense. Like, how could he just be right there? You know, that's the only way that I could make it make sense. But then he wasn't there, and then nothing ever happened. You know, the decoys, none of that other stuff made sense. And I'm like, okay, what if I'm looking at this all wrong? You know, because listen, nobody else is looking at this. Law enforcement thinks this case is closed. They told the family 2 weeks after, you know, well, he's dead and gone to heaven, and you just need to get over it, and that's it.
which
And you
is
need to
not even
accept.
their place. To me, that's discrimination. What if they were atheists? I mean, I know they're not. Don't get me wrong, and please don't go run with that rumor. I don't know why I even just said that because I already know I'm gonna see all kinds of
Because you have to, because it's YouTube, and YouTube is it. Well, no, I take that back. YouTube can be bad, but Facebook, y'all are brutal over there sometimes.
stuff. No, they are not atheists. I'm simply using that as what's it called, Dutchess? A metaphor, whatever it's called. But yeah, you have no right to bring up religion and tell them to get over their body, a dead person. No, no, that's just not okay.
It's just unprofessional, number one.
It's just wrong.
It's not law enforcement's place to tell somebody how to grieve and how to deal with something that you think is cut and dry. If you don't have a body, don't expect every family to just be like, oh, okay, well, you know, we'll just go on with our lives and just forget about it. I mean, this is not a fish. It's not a deer. It's not a possum that you post on your Facebook. It's a human being that has feelings. Sorry, y'all. Makes me get upset. I just don't understand. Yes.
And yeah, he could have surfaced. And he could have surfaced at night when people wasn't around. I mean, but I'm not buying that either. I checked that little scenario, and that's not what I'm finding out through research. It doesn't work that way. He can't just surface and then get bit and then deflate and go down. No, it don't happen like that. He will come up many times because the gas releases brings you up. Once that gas releases all the way, you will sink back down. Then you come back up when the gas builds back up, and that will happen many times. And from somebody being in Hurricane Katrina, I'm going to tell y'all, yes, it happens. The body does come up.
Now, I did walk this scenario back with Brad, and, you know, I'm hoping that he's able to make this live stream tonight, because I'd like for him to explain that to y'all, because, you know, he did say, well, you know, Tyler could have came up in the night when nobody was out there. And sea life being what sea life is, you know, something could have punctured his body and he could have went back down. He said sometimes bodies may resurface a couple of times. He said, but sometimes they don't. Sometimes they might only come up, I think, one time. He said it just depends. You know,
But here's the thing with that, Dutchess. I did research that, and he's right. It can puncture the body, but at the same time, you have to realize where the gases are built up at. It's not only inner liner of the stomach.
right.
It would have to be
yes.
a big ass bite, and it would have to be deep. You're talking shark bite to get to where those gases are.
Yeah, it would have to take, I mean, a lot. And I mean, Brad walked me through it, and I mean, I can see where he's coming from. I guess it would just really depend on, I mean, could he have came up at night and went back down? I mean, I don't know. It's possible, but I just don't know if I'm not subscribed completely to that theory, because, well, look at everything else that's gone wrong in this case.
Yep,
I don't believe
fully
any
agree
of
with
it, which is why I really wanted Danny Jewel to come up here, because I wanted you guys to really hear it from him. his story really gets me. And the fact that, I recently came to find out that Kevin, who works for Ronnie Floyd, that was out on Tyler's investigation, Danny told us in that phone call that Kevin retired. He said, that he talked to Kevin, and Kevin is since retired, which tells me that Kevin has led him to believe that he did retire. But a few birdies told me that Kevin was offered, I guess, a bonus and a raise to stay on for 2 more years. And so he did.
Yep, that's what I heard too. And
So
he's still listed in the government employee salary search.
well, somebody sees him every morning
You're
in his
correct.
truck. So
That's what I'm saying.
it's been verified.
Yep.
Will I play Danny's call that I had with him so people who haven't heard it can now? Would y'all like to hear Danny's phone call? You don't believe he was ever in the water? Give me the seaweed. A lot of people don't. Yeah, that's something that Shay and I had talked about. She said, have you seen how many people that don't even believe he's out there? And I said, well, we did watch The Voice on the Lake. And she said that she's just...
Miss Maria, the cousin, and me both did some traces on the pings. It shows him going from home to the water. New Heart Start Homestead's on here now, and she did the same thing. But that don't mean that to me. I'm sorry, you guys. That just don't mean anything.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't. I feel like Reed calling him and not going down there because I guess Tyler had said that it was too late, and I think he said the same thing to, I believe it was Isaiah, about not waiting. Because Tyler was just trying to get in the last few hours. I think that anything after those points is fair game that could have happened. Anything.
I just saw Melissa made a comment, but I got to go back up here and find it.
We have the Life 360 pings from Miss Linda's actual Life 360 app. It shows him there too. The phone shows being there, and we know that he called Jimmy Long. That's the only thing right there that tells me he was possibly in that water, because the call shows that phone in the water when that call was made, and Jimmy Long is not going to lie. And it shows on Tyler's bill that they talked for 1 minute and 18 seconds.
Did you read this comment on screen?
RF's phone records, state phone, and email. Oh, see, I'm getting to like her more and more. Let's get that done. Absolutely. That is a beautiful
All right,
thing.
give me the seaweed. You sent me a message. Okay, hang on. I'm trying to go back. Let's see. What is the link for?
There was no phone in his boat when he first bought it. He ordered that phone from Amazon and put that in there himself. And I sent you a picture on email, Dutchess.
Did anyone tell about the phone being removed from Tyler's boat prior to him buying it?
There was no foam in there. I have the before and after. I have the pictures where they're towing the boat into the garage to start doing the work on it when it was still solid black. There's actually video of it.
Give me the seaweed just sent me a phone log that, and this is before we get over to that call, this is This is Lakeland's, and you made this spreadsheet? This is a nice spreadsheet, actually. This is very interesting. Thank you for that. Sorry, I gotta get back over here and get my phone. How are you doing, New Start Homestead?
I'm good. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing good. I told you we were going to have some pop-up guests, but she was driving, and then she came in when we were in the middle of talking, but I knew she would just come up here and be like, what y'all talking about?
I listened to you all the way here.
I seen you in the chat. And I was like, she better not be texting and driving.
No, I speak. That's why sometimes if it's misspelled, it's because
it's because you're doing text to talk. Okay. Let's see.
That Southern accent gets me all the time.
Whose Southern accent?
Mine.
Because y'all both sound Southern and country to me.
We are Southern.
Yeah, and that Siri just don't understand the Southern talk, I guess.
This is off topic real fast, and I never do this, but I have to tell you guys. The other day, I'm talking to Shay on speakerphone, and my friend's son, I call him my nephew too. When me and Shay hung up, he pops his head in my room. He says, "Is that the example of when somebody's a country bumpkin, the way that she talks?"
That's funny.
I said, "Yeah, honey, she's country."
Lord. Well, I will definitely take a look at it. But it's a nice spreadsheet. I'll give you props on that. It looks. I need people on my research team like that. Yes, Michelle knows exactly what I'm talking about. My other researcher, I know, just Tiff's listening. She's Gray Hughes 2.0. Anybody that knows who Gray Hughes is, then you get props because he is the map king.
So
yeah, he was not near the water during that call. We did.
Yeah,
we did prove that, unfortunately.
So I got a question.
Sure.
All right. So North Myrtle Beach Rescue says that they arrived in 9 minutes. So when I was looking, when Christian called 911, that was at 4:56. All right. So North Myrtle Beach Rescue was dispatched at that point. On the documents through 911, it says North Myrtle Beach Rescue was at the boat landing, loading on the boat at 5:01. Okay, so that's 5 minutes later. I don't know where they're coming from, but I don't see them getting there in 4 minutes. But anyway,
Are they talking about the first call or the second call, 911 call? That's what I couldn't figure out.
So the 4:56 is the first phone call, I believe. That's the first phone call. That's the very first on the 911 sheet where it says it was at 4:56. At 4:56, North Myrtle Beach Rescue was called. At 5:01, North Myrtle Beach Rescue was reporting that they were at the landing loading the boat at 5:01, which was 5 minutes later. Then North Myrtle Beach reported back, and she put in her notes that they were searching the area. That was at 5:14. That is 18 minutes later. So they're searching the area in 18 minutes.
Yeah.
At 5:19, the boat was reported on its side. So that's 23 minutes. It took 23 minutes from the time of the call to the time that they actually found the boat.
Wow.
But when they said they arrived in 9 minutes, that's almost, I don't know where they put in, but anywhere that you're going, it doesn't matter. It's going to take, if it took them just 5 minutes from the call to get to the boat landing, that took 5 minutes. They couldn't have got to the jetty in 4 minutes.
Nope.
Sorry,
So
I had
anyway,
to add something. I didn't mean to pop up and scare everybody with my alter ego that came up, but I had to add this Lakeland's phone call thing because in case y'all wanted to look at it. I just wanted to show it really quickly because is there a reason that you wanted to show it? Was there some things that you thought we needed to see? Let me see if it uploaded. It might not have uploaded.
it's funny because Lakeland, I don't even pay attention to that one, that one thing that we were going over, AJ, that one that's all wacky and not matching. I'm only going by the records with AT&T that has AT&T on it. That's the only records I'm going by.
Yeah, that's a lot. We can't really see that.
Yeah,
from
so
this angle.
one,
I'm gonna have to upload it onto my laptop so I can go over there and look at it because that is so tiny. But that is it's a nice looking spreadsheet, and I'll have to go over. But that's what it looks like. I will I'll send it to you, AJ.
Okay.
And we can look at it. I'll have to see if I can share my screen from where you sent it to me because I can't share it like that. So
when I was going through the phone records on AT&T, the phone calls between Lakeland and Tyler started around 6:34 in the morning, and they continued talking right on up until 2:39, and that was the last call from Lakeland.
Yep.
So, and then when we were at the landing, I swear I thought, I don't know who thought, I thought Isaiah, somebody had said that Tyler had asked multiple people if they would go to the jetties, and whoever he went with the jetty the last time said, there's no way I'm going back out there, and you promised me you weren't going to go back out there. If I'm not mistaken, I thought that, but we don't have the day before, so I don't know. But then I said the only person that agreed to go with Tyler was Christian. But see, we don't have any, on the 26th, we don't have any calls to Christian from Tyler, except for the 2 phone calls that he called to see where he was, which was at but Christian called Tyler as early. The earliest call that I have from Christian is at 9:02. No, I think it's actually a little bit earlier than that, but I got it written down at 9:02 is when the first time Christian called him. Then at 1:55, and then Tyler calls Christian at 2:25, and that's probably asking where is he at.
Yeah, that's what I'm assuming he was asking. And
Julian, what do you want me to confirm? I just want to ask you so you can type it in there because I must have missed what you needed me to confirm, but I will confirm, or AJ can confirm.
I think she's talking about him not being at the water. Miss Maria can confirm that too.
Yeah. So, well, this is what. Okay. So I got Tyler. Let me go to those pages so I can have it all, because I wrote notes all over the place. So yeah. I wanted to make sure that Isaiah spoke to Tyler at 3:16, because at 3:16 Tyler's phone pinged on Highway 9.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, and he left the his home. Tyler left his house. Let me find that freaking paper. Tyler left the house around 3:04. But from 3:04 to 3:12, for some reason, he had no coordinates pop up on his phone. And I couldn't understand that because there's towers all through that area, because he drove by my mom's house. And there's phone service through that area. A little bit when you get down Highway 9. But from Linda's house to the jetty, you have service. So All right, so I had him roughly leaving the house around 3:04. At 3:16, he was driving down Highway 9, and that's when he talked to Isaiah. It was confirmed he did speak to him at 3:16. Okay, so
Yes.
Reed called him. Reed called him at, and we was talking. AJ was talking. We was talking about this. Reed called him
321.
at 3:21, and he said that he was at the landing. Okay, well, there's no possible way he was at the landing because he wasn't. His coordinates show him on Highway 9, so I'm assuming that Reed was hearing maybe the wind from the window, and assumed because Tyler said he was fixing to load the boat, but Tyler didn't arrive to that landing until 9 minutes later, which was about right. So that gives him about 30 minutes to get to that landing. So we at least know that he was in the vehicle at 3:16 because he spoke to Isaiah, but we don't know what happened after that.
And keep in mind, you guys, me and Miss Maria was on the phone yesterday for what, a good hour maybe,
Yeah.
talking about this. And I've sent her screenshots. She sent me screenshots. This is all goes back to, I don't know what to believe with this records, because at the very exact same minute, hour, and exact same second, one part of the record says that he was in one place, and the other part of the records say for the exact same time that he was somewhere else. Does it not?
Yes. So he's pulling off a tower. So I don't understand that part. But at the last ping, it shows him at the landing, pinpointed at the landing. So I did when I was going through the records. This is what I'm thinking. I don't know because Christian won't talk to Shay. Okay, but I did find two phone calls where Tyler did try to call Brandon. I did find two missed calls. I did find that.
It's where Tyler tried to call Brandon?
Yes. And that
Before
was at
Brandon had talked to him?
Yes. That was at 4:41. Two different phone calls. It did connect for 8 seconds. Where Tyler called Brandon, it connected for 8 seconds. The only thing that I could think of is maybe Brandon hit the phone and then hung up on him because my husband has AT&T. I called AT&T. They said if that number, if it doesn't show zeros, that phone was picked up. It does not count for voicemails.
Yeah, I didn't see for that. I didn't see a call.
All right, so go on. Okay, so you're going to go on to AT&T records where it's got AT&T. And it's going to be, it's in the pages where it's the 1 through 17.
Right.
All right, go to page 4.
Okay.
And you're going to look at 21, 41, 49. So it's number 65. Number 65.
What's the number? What's the phone number?
The 9051.
That's not Brandon's. That's the misdialed number, honey.
All right, so but look up under it. The next one, 66.
Yes, Julianne. He did state that Reed told him that he was speaking to Tyler as he was unloading the boat, that he heard water. But now that we have the phone records and the latitude and longitude of where those pings were at the time that he told Aiden he was talking to him, Tyler was actually on passing Lily Lane, which
on one part, but on the part that she showed me yesterday, he was completely somewhere else.
Mm-hmm. So if you look at 66,
so can you explain that to Julianne, Miss Marie, please? That would be excellent.
What was the question again? About Reed confirming to speaking to Tyler.
Mm-hmm.
I think Reed. I can't count for what Reed said, but
right.
From my understanding, Reed said he knows he was there because he was at the landing. But I think what he said was Tyler was getting ready to load his boat in, so he was assuming that Tyler was at the landing.
Mm-hmm.
But if he thought that he heard something, if Tyler is driving, because Tyler didn't arrive to the landing till 9 minutes later after the phone call by the coordinates of his phone. So, and that would have gave about a 30-minute drive from, about 26 minutes from home to the landing, which is about right if Tyler is driving fast, because on Highway 9 you could drive fast. I mean, it's not a lot of traffic until you hit the red lights to where you're almost in North Myrtle Beach. So I think he was taking it as Tyler was fixing to load his boat, because he says, I'm fixing to get into the water. I'm fixing to put my boat in. But he actually didn't arrive to the landing until 9 minutes later, after the phone call.
And I'm
So-
looking at what you just said. Okay, so that call for the 8 seconds, the one that just actually connected.
Yeah, that was a missed call. Yep. That was the wrong number. All right.
And then
so
the next one didn't connect.
Right. That was Tyler calling Brandon, and he didn't answer. And
It
then
didn't even connect to him. That's why it's zero.
The zero is what the AT&T said is that that means that nobody didn't answer. Even if it went to voicemail, it would show zeros. So, and then there's another one at 72. If you look at the next page at 72, is that he dialed the number again.
Yeah.
And then on 73 is when Brandon calls him back. So this is what I'm thinking. And I don't know, because Christian, which it doesn't make no sense to me. But anyway, so I personally believe, I wish Christian would answer and talk, because I believe, by what the records is showing, is I believe that Tyler was having trouble with his boat on the 26-minute phone call, which would have been at 4:15.
Yep, and that's what Christian says too.
Okay, so at 4:15, at 4:15, I'm thinking that he's having trouble with the boat. And then they stayed on the phone call for 26 minutes. At that point, after 26 minutes, he cannot troubleshoot the boat. And then hangs up with Christian, because he says, okay, I'm going to try to call Brandon to see if he can help me. Brandon didn't call him twice. He tried to call Brandon twice. He didn't answer. And then Christian calls him back. Now, because he immediately hangs up after the 26-minute phone call and calls Brandon. So that's why I'm thinking that the boat was already messed up.
Mm-hmm.
So during this time, he couldn't get the boat fixed. So then he tries to call Brandon, cannot get a hold of Brandon. And then Christian calls him back, I guess, but he didn't answer. So Christian didn't answer at the 4:42 when Tyler tried to call him back.
Wait a second.
Christian tried to call Tyler.
I'm so confused, because on these instructions right here, it specifically says, and Dutchess, I'm emailing this to you so you can post it, because this is also matches what AT&T legal department told me. It specifically says all zero duration calls listed under it. Voice usage report showing all calls with zero duration under the elapsed time column ET indicate that the call never connected.
Right. So that means that they didn't answer, right?
Well, from what the lady had explained to me, it means that either they ended the call before it started ringing or whatever, but that the call never actually gets put past the towers to the other person's phone. That's how I took what she said, and then reading this, because it also says numbers such as this are commonly used for routing purposes if there is no associated subscriber, like as if it went to a non-valid number.
Right, because
does that mean it didn't go to voicemail? It wouldn't be a voicemail, because a voicemail call would show as an outgoing call on his phone bill. If it went to Brandon Tyler's voicemail, it would still show as an outgoing call on Tyler's phone bill. He's the one that made the call, and that call ain't there. Does that make sense? It would show on Tyler's phone bill, and it doesn't.
Yeah, so on that, I don't understand, like when it's doing the zeros, then I don't understand why it would show numbers as if you were calling. It just showed zeros, like nobody didn't, because if you look at when David Pander called Tyler for the 19 seconds and he said his phone went dead. He tried to call him back. It shows where David Pander tried to call him twice back from what he
Right. But
said.
Tyler's phone never answered because it was underwater.
Right. So, and that's why it's saying zeros.
Right. And those don't show on Tyler's phone bill either.
Right. It won't show on his phone bill, but I think that this detailed one is where it's showing that the numbers because it's more detailed than not his phone on his
Right. But wouldn't
on-
all Tyler's outgoing calls, if the call had connected, because they have to be accounted for, would that not show on Tyler? Like when Tyler called Brandon and it went to voicemail, would that call not show on Tyler's bill?
Look at
I don't-
Matthew's comment
I don't think so.
on screen.
If
Well, me and Shay tested it and it showed on hers.
It says it won't show up as an outgoing call if you hung up before the voicemail picks up.
Exactly.
so, if he forwarded,
Matt.
maybe he forwarded or something like that. But I guess it showed Tyler trying to.
Yeah,
Call
he
him.
attempted to call Brandon. But my point is, I don't think that that's the missed call Brandon's seen to be able to call him back. I don't think that showed up on Brandon's phone at all because I don't think
Yeah.
it connected through.
Is this what you wanted me to show, AJ?
What?
This
Yeah, read that top column right there. But I see
Okay.
what she's saying now, but I don't think it showed on Brandon because Brandon says the reason that he lied to the police was an accident, that he's had a missed call from Tyler. But there's no outgoing call to Brandon on Tyler's phone.
So, like, okay, so for instance, like today at my job, I called my daughter and I hit her phone number accidentally and I automatically hung up. So that should show up on a detailed report like this,
Yes, you are
but
correct.
it wouldn't show up on the cell phone.
Right,
So
because
I'm
the voicemail
thinking
never
that
picked up.
right. So it's going to show zeros because it's not going to even show up a voicemail from what AT&T told me. So this is
Exactly.
why, because I asked about that. Well,
So do
as
you
I go
think
down-
that Brandon would see a missed call on his phone
Yes.
based off that zero
Yes.
call?
yes, because
Me
even
and
though
Shay
I
tried
called
it and it didn't.
on not, it
Interesting.
won't, it'll show up on the phone, but it'll show up on his phone as a missed call, but it might not show up on his bill because it didn't connect. So, like if I called you right now and hung up, even before it rang, it's going to show missed call and it'll pop up on your screen. Because that's what happened to my daughter. Because as soon as I dialed the number, I hit end and she sent me a message saying, "Why'd you call me?" And it didn't even, it honestly didn't even ring.
That's
And
weird.
I hit no, but it was like fast. But it might be because it's the iPhone. I could try to do it.
Yeah, Shay called from her phone, her iPhone, and
Right.
it showed on her bill as an outgoing call. Even though it went to my voicemail, it still showed on her bill as an outgoing call. Then she did it again and didn't let it get to voicemail, and it still showed on her bill, which is why I don't understand. If Tyler made that call and it actually passed the towers, then why didn't it show? Because we tested it. Why didn't it show on Tyler's bill?
It probably because it didn't go to voicemail, but we'll see. That's what, because whenever I talk to AT&T, because I'll get to that part of it, but I wanted to make sure the difference between the zeros and the numbers, and that's why I told him, I said, I just want to ask a general question. My husband has a phone. I want to know on the detailed if it has all zeros or if it has 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Does that mean if it shows a second, does it mean that a voicemail picked up or anything? She said no, that the only way that it will show any time is if that person answered the phone. I really didn't want that answer, but anyway, that was the answer I got.
But wait a second. I don't think I'm sorry, but that can't be the case because I didn't answer my phone and it showed time on Shay's phone. It showed 1 minute on Shay's phone and I didn't answer and my voicemail didn't answer.
Yeah, with her phone records, like that kind of phone records, but I think this detailed phone records like this is going to be different. And the
Well, then
when
we
I get
really got a problem then. Do y'all not realize what this means?
So,
Is
well,
nobody catching on to the fact that there's 11-second phone call between his phone and somebody else's phone throughout these
right,
phone bills? If we believe these phone bills, this is a whole new ball game.
right. And that's the reason why I called and said, because
And
I
that's
wanted
why
to
I
know
love
what
you.
those seconds and the 11
This is
seconds.
a problem.
And that's when
Yeah.
she told me that, my stomach just like
I
went,
know that's right, because mine did when you, and I'm not even gonna lie to you, New Star. I was sitting here trying to combat it either way I could because I did not want to accept that. But one thing I know is the family loves you, your family, and you're telling it how it is. So it is what it is, and we have to accept the fact that somehow or another this 11-second call happened. Anybody want to help me understand that? Because I don't understand it. Because that's not the only one. That's just the only ones I've posted.
yeah, there's quite a few with a minute.
Yep.
But so I'm thinking that Tyler's boat started messing up around 4:13. When he could not get it, he attempted to call Brandon a couple of times, and now that I don't know that one number because we tried to look it up. I don't know whose number that is.
I
We
did.
don't know
I
whose
called
number it
it
is.
Dutchess.
I got an
We
email that I want to share with y'all about the phone records, and it's from Rosie NC, and I thought it was really interesting. Rosie, can I show your email if you're listening, if you're in here? She didn't want to share it because she felt like she might be doxing because we've shown the phone records. I mean, we've asked for people, don't call the phone. I mean, that's not the point of us showing the phone records. We don't want anybody called or harassed or anything like that. Thank you, Rosie. I want to share this because I need for y'all to see this, and I want to hear your thoughts on what she found. Can you guys see my screen here?
Yes.
Okay, so it says, I was looking at the phone records and noticed that on 2/2/23 at 18:27:26, there's an 11-second call that you're talking about with this F. And she Googled the 305 Miami, Florida area code and found several people on a spam caller website, Number Guru, who stated, my
yes,
calls have been forwarded to this number. How do I fix that? And then, of course, she goes on down here to say that it's there. That number was found on another website called Backdoor Cell
Yep,
Voicemail
I can tell
Access
you
Number.
exactly. She is correct, and now I know exactly what this is about. And this is a whole new ball game.
right.
Y'all
And that
heard me
was
mention it before. I have told
I
y'all about trap call
Thank you,
before.
Rosie.
This is a big whole new ball game. And
so I
Rosie, thank you
also looked
so
up that
much.
number. I also looked up that number, and it showed a list of people that it could have belonged to, and it did come out of Florida, and it did call it as a spam. And I had noticed that too, but
It's not spam. They think it's spam. Let me tell you exactly what it is. Go to your phone and press 1, especially if you have T-Mobile. You're going to see a 805 or 804 or 305, depending on what area you're in. It is a backdoor voicemail. And do you know what this means? This means somebody was doing whatever they could to call Tyler's phone through the backdoor voicemail so they could check voicemails, which is really interesting because when we got Tyler's phone line, guess what? All the voicemails had been deleted. All of them.
Love you, Rosie. Thank you.
so we
Send me your Cash
honestly,
App.
and that number could have been, I mean, they have phones all the time that, like disposable phones. That number
Yep.
could be, that's why it's got so many multiple people that's on that phone, is
Yep.
because that phone could be a burner phone, what they call. So anyway, as going back to the other calls, so what I'm thinking is, David Ponder said he couldn't remember who hung up the phone, and he tried to call him back. So whatever happened at this point, I believe at 4:54, when the call ended, it only lasted for 19 seconds. That's when Tyler's phone went into water. Okay. So you'll notice that at 4:57, Christian tried to call Tyler, and he also tried to call Tyler at 4:52, or Tyler tried to call Tyler Tyler called Christian at 4:52, and the call lasted for 14 seconds, and then Tyler calls Brandon again. Okay, and that was at 4:52, and that lasted for a minute and something. And then David Ponder called Tyler at 4:54. So if you look at Christian at 4:52 and 4:54, okay,
If Christian
he
was
did not
calling
call. He didn't call 911
till
until
4:56.
4:56.
Right.
So Tyler was already in the water by that time.
Angela, you didn't know your phone had a back door?
So if Tyler's boat started messing up at 4:13, you're talking about an hour and 40 minutes.
Exactly. That's the exact same thing I've been saying. If his boat was already messing up during that 27-minute call, my question is, why would you wait 13 more to call 911? Hell, it's already been 27 minutes.
And when it started getting like the water, probably after the 26 minutes call, he was already getting frantic at that point. So people was like, okay, you know, how could he get the waiters off in just a few minutes and all this kind of stuff? You're talking about an hour and 40 minute span. And for the last hour and the 26 minutes, if the boat messed up, you got 26 minutes. You still got an hour and 10 minutes that he's frantically trying to get the boat or whatever. If he's panicking at this point, it's still a whole hour. He had a whole hour to take off his waders. He had an hour to put on a life jacket. The water temperature around on that day was around 56 degrees, I believe.
Yes,
with a life jacket on, with his clothes, he should have been able to stay alert, awake for an hour or two.
That's what the thing said. And you know what? This is what I was trying to explain to somebody. Even if the waves were so huge, and like I said, I wasn't there, I don't know. But even if the waves were so huge here, but yet he had on a life jacket, yes, you can still drown with the waves crashing over you. But guess what? Your body would still be floating because of the life jacket.
So there was several calls on the call log, and the one that threw me off the 11-second phone call was from Tyler's phone. It was for 11 seconds, and then it had that other number
that shows on both the active AT&T and the other one, because like the ones that show 458 of Christian calling him don't show on the other phone log that Ronnie Floyd included with this, so I don't know which one's real.
Hey, Jason.
Yeah, that first one that's all wacky. I stopped looking at
Even
that
the
one
one
too
with
much
AT&T
because
emblem, it still doesn't show the other one.
yeah. Well, there's probably about 3 or 4 phone calls where it's got 1 second, so that means that somebody answered.
Yep.
We tried to look up that number, and one of the numbers that we look up, you can't find that it belongs to anybody, but did research, and it's connected to a Cash App.
Are you talking about the 2764 number or 2674?
Hold on 1 second. Let me look.
779, I believe it was.
The 0259.
No. The 0259 or 0529 or 025. That's Pander.
No. Look at the no. It's the 602-0259.
That's Pander, honey. Yeah, 0529. You mean?
No, I'm talking about the 0259. If you're looking at all the phone calls later on where it has 1 second, where where people started calling Tyler, and Tyler wasn't, everything was 0 and it would have 1 second, like a connection.
Right. It says 602-0529 is what I see on this one.
Let's see. There's a few of them. Let me see. I'm trying to find, because Shay looked up one, and one of them is linked to a Cash App. It doesn't even show somebody. Don't even own that number.
To that Esther. I don't know who the heck that is.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, Lolly,
So
there wasn't a Cash App after he went missing. There was a Venmo and a GoFundMe, which was it wasn't a GFM, it was a GFL. It was a GoFund Lakeland.
Yeah, that part.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only I see 602-843-602-0529. That's Davis Pender. He keeps trying to call, and there is some 1 second ones. I don't know why he kept trying to call. I can't even find anything that says these two were friends. There's no text messages between them, nothing.
let me see.
So
That's the
someone
one that
had
was
his
out
phone and was
Friday.
using the back door, Lisa Blake said.
I don't think that's possible. I think somebody could call into his phone and use the back door. And then, because when you call into the back door number, it'll say, please enter your subscriber ID or please enter your 10-digit voicemail number, which is your actual phone number. When you enter that number, it brings that number into the system. And AT&T explains that on the instructions. So therefore, they, instead of calling his actual phone and pressing pound or star, whatever it is, they try to call the back door. And I can only think of one reason to do that. Why would you want to be checking his voice message? Because if it was Lakeland or somebody, they just call his number. When the voicemail comes on, you hit pound or star, whichever service you have, and then you enter the PIN code. Calling the back door on a lot of them, especially AT&T, allows you to get in without the PIN code. And I
If
didn't say that, so don't start trying it, but that's how it is, period. It's a hack. That's exactly what it is.
Dang. That is odd. I mean,
Just like I called from the 1-800 number, Dutchess. You know what I'm talking about.
maybe you don't think she went in to erase a voicemail that she left him?
I think anything's possible at this point. I don't trust none of it.
all right, so if you look on the very first page at 6:34 a.m. in the morning, there's another one. There's another. If you look at line 6, and it says Tyler called Lakeland, it has that number at the bottom of it with an F again.
Yeah, that's the forwarding number, and I'm assuming that it went to voicemail. But see how it says 2 seconds right there?
Yep. Well, from what AT&T told me is that voicemail would still show up as zeros. Is what they told me today, or just earlier. They told me that even voicemails would be zeros, because I made it clear. I said, so if it connects to a voicemail, then it will not show seconds, correct? And she said no. That's what she said. So,
And that's why I think Ronnie Floyd screwed all these up, because you know what? There's two parts to this. If you look under the other voice usage, the one that actually says AT&T, it don't even say that right there. Ronnie Floyd did this, you guys, and I'm glad that I ordered the real records, because this shit is crazy.
Let's go and take a look at this phone call.
Yesterday. I sent you a screenshot yesterday, New Start. Remember, it didn't show up in that area?
mm-mm.
I want to look
No.
at this phone record real quick too on Lakeland's. Can I play that screen recording from your group? And then I want to look at the call log that.
Yeah, you can. I just know that, like, I think that was made before I even realized how bad this was, because, I mean, New Start's right. If it's doing it in one spot, it should doing it in the other spot, and it's not.
Yeah.
So let's take a look at both of those, and y'all let me know if you. I mean, you really can't see this screen recording that I made, but if you want to see it, the screen recording of, and go look at those calls, it's over in the Facebook group. But this is the little screen recording that I actually put up because I thought it would be helpful to look at that. And then I didn't know that Gimme the Seaweed was going to send me this thorough breakdown spreadsheet. So I just thought while we're talking about the phone calls, that might be something to just, I mean, why is so much missing from all of these?
You've heard the recorded call that I have from the AT&T legal department that somebody had sent to me. They said there's 25 pages on the data. There is 17 on the voice message. There is 3 on the text. There is 1 for international, and that is it. So I don't know where all this other stuff even came from. why he even included that and tried to make them think it's original records when it's not.
Yikes. Okay, here we go on this.
That if I have access to Tyler's bill, they shared a phone account. Him and Lakeland shared a phone account at that time. So, no, she didn't try to call him. Whatever little seizure connect time that she tried to do, yeah, whatever, but it's not on her phone bill. Again, because this is hers. Lakeland, 843-591-5569. She did not try to call him. Let's start at the 25th. Okay, there's the 25th. Of course she called him on the 25th. Let's continue. The last time she called Tyler on the 26th was at, let's see, that one's at 8:54. That one's at 10:52. That one's at 1:43. That one's at 2:33. That one's at 2:39. So here at 2:39, show me another time where she tried to call Tyler. She didn't. I can share my screen and log into that right now if you want me to, Dutchess. We can go through each page.
She didn't. So listen, I want you to look at this because we couldn't see it on my other screen. So I thought, well, I'll just share this screen and let's just take a look at this breakdown that she sent me. I mean, this is quite a breakdown right here. Here's the 26th. So she even puts in the 25th on there. Todd Steiner. Who's that? Interesting.
But this will be for Tyler's bill, not Lakeland's. Right? Or am I backwards?
Didn't you say that this was Lakeland's? She said this is when discussing Lakeland's record, the spreadsheet helps.
I don't know how she would get Lakeland's record. So we need to make sure that's clear because I don't think this is Lakeland's. Has to be Tyler's. Unless she got it from one of the old records that was posted, but I don't think the 25th was ever posted. So I don't know. Or unless maybe gotten it from the video.
It has to be Tyler's because
She said to cross reference. So this is Tyler's records.
Right.
Give me the seaweed. Because you see at the top it says Lakeland, so that's why.
Right.
That's what I thought I was opening.
Yeah, that's not Lakeland's bill. That's Tyler's. But it's very thorough.
It is very thorough. I mean, even including the day before.
Yeah, my point of the video
this looks like it's hers because see, look, it looks like that she's calling Tyler. See, Tyler Doyle, Tyler Doyle, Tyler Doyle.
Okay, but give me the seaweed. We're asking you whose record this is because it can't be Lakeland. Is it Tyler? Did you see this on Tyler's record or under Lakeland's actual number? Yeah, I don't see that's not matching what I'm looking at on Lakeland, so it has to be Tyler's.
Well, I mean, but it wouldn't be because look, you down here at 548. I mean, there's Shay, incoming mom. That would be her. That would be Lakeland's mom.
No,
Briggs
I think
Causey,
I think,
brother.
that's brother. That's showing Tyler's call coming. Or brother calling Tyler. That's off the records that we're discussing now. That's not off the same records like how I was logged into the account. You see what I'm saying? Because Shay was calling Tyler at that time.
It's just weird that
This
how
is
up here
Lakeland's
it
from
makes
her
it look like
AT&T
Tyler's
bill
calling
I
in.
shared from the website. She says it's Lakeland's from the AT&T bill that I shared from the website. Here, Dutchess, let me log into the AT&T bill.
Okay. That's why I wanted to ask.
Yeah, because in the video, I do show the 25th. So that means she's got some really good eyes because I kind of sped through that.
Hey, sis. Thank you for coming in. Y'all show Shay some love.
I love you, Shane.
We do love you so much. And I've been praying for you and your family.
Okay. So can I share my screen real quick, Dutchess?
Yeah,
Somehow?
absolutely.
Because I want to make sure this is cleared up because it's also in the group about, oh, she called Tyler. She did call Tyler. And Casey Tyler had said the same mess. And like, I just want to make sure that this is like completely cleared up. So I got to figure out how to share my screen. Just how do I do that?
The present button. Do you have the present button at the bottom?
Okay. Okay. So here is, we're going to go from data because this is 119.23 to 218.23. We're going to go to talk usage. And when we scroll down, we'll click Liquid. Can y'all see that?
You're not sharing your screen, babe.
Did
you go to present, share your screen?
Thought I did. Can you see
Oh,
it
here
now?
it is. Okay.
Okay. So went to Lakeland, and now we're going to go to voice detail. And this girl used, I swear, if you could glue your phone to your head, that was in a dictionary as an example, her picture would be there because the girl like is constantly on the phone. So it's gonna take a minute for me to go all the way back to the 26. I think this is gonna be too far. Of course it is. And y'all already know, please don't go calling. Oh, here we go, 26. Okay, so if you go down here, it starts at the 25th. We don't care about the 25th. Here's the 26th. 26 starts right here. She talked to Tyler at 6:34 a.m. She talked to him again at 7:37 a.m. and again at 8:54. This goes back to what I said earlier about her blowing his phone up. Then she talked to him again at 10:46, at 10:52. Let's see, at 1:43, at 2:33, at 2:39, and 2:39, as you can see, was the very last call to Tyler. And I am going to go to the next page so y'all can see it didn't carry over. This is already when, after Tyler went missing, she didn't try to call him. This call notified her, because that is Casey Tyler, that Tyler was thinking. The first call that should be on her bill after that call should be Tyler's. And I don't care how anybody else feels about that. If I'm going to be calling my husband. Dutchess, what about you?
My gosh.
Would you not be calling your husband? Because
I'm
she
going
don't.
to tell you, that's the first call I would make. And then I would be in my car doing 100 miles an hour to get down there while I was
See?
calling him and 911 and my entire family and Christian's family.
You see?
And
And it
then
was
still
Miss
calling
Teresa
my
that
husband.
actually pointed out to me, like, she really blows his phone up, and then all of a sudden it just stops.
If I called my husband during the day like that, he would fuss at me. I might talk to him maybe at the most 2 times a day. And if sometimes when I call him, dude, come here.
So
Look,
let
we
me
were just talking about this phone bill and
go to the other page so
tell
y'all can
him
see
how many
the stereo.
times a day that Lakeland calls Tyler in just one day.
I didn't even count, but probably because it was too much to count. So
I
here
think
we
it
have
was more
more
than
of the
20
26,
times. Like she called him 3 times before 7
and
o'clock
you
in
do
the
not
morning.
see Tyler's number.
So if
These
I
are all
called
the
you,
calls.
when I call you just a couple times a day, then you're like, babe, I'm busy.
Well, I mean, these are my money hours. I mean, if you call me, it's understood now that it's important.
Yeah,
So
see, I don't call my husband unless it's absolutely necessary because he has to work.
Well,
Who's blowing their husband up all day long like that? How does he get anything done?
well, if she wasn't blowing him up, then she's blowing Shay up, needing to go to the hospital. Oh, I probably shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry. But I'm being honest. Yeah, so
Hey,
ain't
sis.
nobody making nothing up. She didn't try to call Tyler.
she blows his phone up because she doesn't trust him. That's why.
My
Well, she's
husband
going
said
to
that she blows his phone up because she doesn't trust him. That's why.
Let's
That's
talk.
what-
I have
that's what
something
the
to
dude
talk
just
about
said.
that day while she was blowing his phone up. You guys might have already talked about it, but she was blowing his phone up every day that I've ever known her to be with Tyler. But I don't know if y'all have talked. I just got on here, but that day is the day that she found out that Tyler hit the respond to Aiden's gender reveal that he was going.
Yeah, that he actually make sure we make that clear. Not that he found out that she found out he was trying to go, but that he RSVP'd to go.
Right, and she was invited as well,
Mhm.
but had a flipping heart attack. And you can look on her phone bill, AJ, and you can see where she had texted me that day. I've shown you the text messages she sent me from that day. She
Mhm.
was having a fit because she found out that Tyler was going to go to his, I would call his brother's gender reveal. And she last texted me, I think around 1 something, if I'm not mistaken. But
1:38 p.m. It says it right here.
yep. And she was having a fit because he responded and said he was going. He was going to take her with him. I mean, why not? I mean, his wife was pregnant. What's there to be jealous about? If an ex-girlfriend was going to be there, that's the whole problem. And it really wasn't a problem because nobody was going to disrespect her. I mean, that's Aiden. He wouldn't let anybody do anything like that. And that's the whole reason why she was blowing his phone up that whole day, because she found out he responded to Aiden's gender reveal.
Mm.
There it is there. So I told y'all she didn't call him. I don't care what shows up like some little second thing hour on those records. That don't mean nothing to me. She should have been calling her man's phone. Period.
And have you talked about the last, the phone call from a very good family friend? I'm not going to say his name because I don't want to do that to him and his family. But months after Tyler went missing, he stopped by the produce stand, and his phone number is on the log. that verifies he did call Tyler. And the last thing Tyler told him was she was very upset with him. And the last words that him and Lakeland or her, she said to Tyler was when it got ready to get off the phone together, she said, "Fuck you, Tyler," and she hung up.
Yep. Thank you, Christina. She was blowing his phone up, but yet she didn't care a damn to blow his phone up afterwards.
Right. What kind of person does that? What's wrong with her? I don't care if I was mad at my husband for whatever reason.
That would have
I
to
would go
subside for a minute
bananas.
'cause I would be worried sick.
Me too. I would go insane. I would never have stopped. And look at me. I slept at the landing with my mom. I'm the one who called 911. We were the ones who sat out there all night long. I understand she was pregnant.
Oh, say it again, MJ, because you are so correct. What's that saying, you guys? When somebody points a finger, there's three pointing back.
That's right.
Exactly.
I could have been about to have my baby, and there wouldn't nobody keep me from trying to call my husband or
Amen.
to find him.
Amen. For the ones in the back, the front, on the side, in the
All
bleachers.
around.
My daughter got in a car accident, and when I found out that she was sent to the hospital, she was airlifted, and I didn't know if she was dead or alive. I called her phone so many times.
I know that's right. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I kept calling my husband's phone after I had done been to his funeral.
That right there, see? That would be me. I would
That's
just be doing it for
Matter of
comfort.
fact,
Like,
why don't y'all Google Error, what's her name? Ariana Grande. What's her name, Shay?
Ariana,
Ariana Grande.
Why don't y'all Google her? Because there's a news article that just came out. She called Mac's phone 957 times after finding out he was dead.
right,
957.
right. And you know what? You've seen, AJ, that I have texted, me and Brian have texted Tyler many times
Yeah.
over the months. And it, up until February 21st, it was going through. But we don't have those records as far as, I mean, AJ, you might can see.
Which leads me back to why does Shay's text to him in February show on that call detail record? She has an iPhone, but none of Christian's, the day that he was supposedly still alive, kicking and breathing, nothing shows from Christian, but yet Christian was able to provide text messages to Ronnie Floyd. So why the hell don't they show up on that call detail record that we recently got?
Because they're
it
not
didn't.
real. It didn't happen.
It's a bunch of BS because Shay's messages show up on there
Yep.
all the way in February. Why don't
AJ,
he?
look on page 12 on the one that shows all the zeros. Go to page 12, the one that's, I guess it's one of 16. I just seen something.
Okay, I might have to go back.
And if you want to share your screen for whatever y'all are looking at, like that's fine too. You're welcome to do it, AJ.
Okay, let me get to which ones. Which ones?
It's got where it's got the numbers where the like the call from Tyler's phone that had 11 seconds. It's gonna be page 12 of that. It's got the AT&T.
Okay.
It's the mobility with the cell location.
Yeah, and it's on
Look at
page 12.
12.
Okay. So, let me get down to 12. Uh-huh.
Line 228.
Yeah. And that's on the 27th at 1:53 in the morning.
But it connected.
Exactly. So make that shit make sense. I've been told Shay, have I not told you that I seriously think somebody had Tyler's phone?
Yep.
I have begged her to understand that. There is no way this shit right here can happen.
But you see whose number that is.
I see exactly whose damn number that is. Now go make that make sense. You don't call him when you find out, but you call him at 1:53 in the morning and it connects. Bullshit. Y'all better recognize that this girl, and it ain't up to me to prove it. It's up to the investigators to do their job and prove it. But that right there
Right.
came from Ronnie Floyd. So unless Ronnie Floyd faked this damn girl calling him and it connecting, we have a problem.
Yep.
Because you're absolutely right. The shit connects. I don't care how long it connects for. It connects.
Yeah.
Make it make sense.
I agree.
And Shay, I let you hear the recording from the AT&T lady that was sent to me, correct?
Yes, she did.
Did it not say that it only had 45 pages?
Yep. It did. I heard it.
So I don't know what to tell y'all.
Where
This
did
is
that
not-
map picture come in? The AT&T didn't put a picture in there
Nope.
that says
Nope.
Tyler's boat. Why would they do that?
They didn't.
They wouldn't do that. All I can
They
think
didn't.
of.
And that's not even the right spot where this is what I
Exactly.
don't understand. It makes me so mad that he still, that's like him drawing Tyler standing on the bow of the boat. I mean, literally standing there. The drawing looks like Tyler's in a damn pageant waving goodbye. Like, what the hell? Oh my God, let me stop because I'm going to get cursed and get mad. That's not even where the boat went down, people. We know that.
Right.
When Evil Enter said his phone went to the water, but he didn't.
Or he went to the water and the phone didn't. One or the other.
Yep.
Something doesn't make sense with that. It
Nothing
doesn't.
makes
I don't
sense.
understand how that doesn't line up. There's just too many what
And
ifs.
you know what else don't make sense? Let me tell y'all what else don't make sense. If you scroll up to page 11,
Do you want to share your screen and show us? Are you able to do that?
yeah, let me see.
I've got all these separate emails, but I don't know which email to click on because there's so many of them.
So at what time? 2351 was what time?
2351
Yeah.
is at that's at 6. I just wrote it
Yeah,
down.
6:51.
Yeah, 6:51.
Okay, so that's not.
I'm gonna go grab a Sprite.
So what about the call that connected on 127 at 11:23 in the morning? What about the call that connected at 17:43 on the 27th?
Yes, I haven't looked up them numbers yet, so I don't know
Yeah,
whose
but do
those
you
are.
see them? But do you see
Oh
them?
yeah, oh yeah, I
Okay.
see a whole bunch.
And then we're going all the way to 1:30 and another call connected. This is not a mistake, people. This is either fraud by Ronnie Floyd or else something ain't right and somebody had his damn phone. There cannot be this many calls that show that many connections and it not have happened.
Yeah, because I mean, the AT&T woman said if it shows a second, that means that the telephone connected, and it would not show voicemails. It would still be 000, even if it went to
There's one
voicemail.
here. Let's not get it twisted, you guys. There's one here for 21 whole seconds on the 31st of January. Or am I seeing that wrong?
I think that's the connection time.
No, okay, yeah, it's 1 second. I was like, wait a minute, what? Yeah, no, that's not 21, my bad. But still, it's
So-
on the 31st. And it's for
Shay, any of the calls, Shay, that you called, did you let it go to voicemail?
Yeah, I left him some voicemails, I believe.
Okay.
I mean, I called all night long and I text and
But Shay, when we got that line, there was no voicemails, correct?
no,
And
No,
that Shay
no.
knew she had left voicemails.
Right. So
The one on the 6th is for, okay, that's the seizure time. None of this is making sense. I don't understand.
Jenna, that's right. If you were her and in love with your husband who's missing, wouldn't the people you pull closer be Tyler's family? Yep. That makes sense.
I agree, Jenna.
This just makes me angry. I didn't even realize there were this many. I knew there was the 11-second one, and I knew there was like one or two more, but there's a lot more than that. And I'm not going to call out the phone numbers, Dutchess, because these are not numbers I know. So
yeah,
I'm
I
not going to do
haven't
that.
looked them up either, so I don't
Yeah,
know.
I'm not going to do that. But this is not right. I mean, on 127, there's a 13-second, a 12-second, a 7-second, a 3-second, and an 8-second. Like, this shit is ridiculous. Wait, that's the connection time.
Deborah said just like his phone checking in at Lakeview Speedway.
Yeah, I think they came up to conclusion that someone tagged him, which
Yeah,
made
we sent the tag because I'm in his Facebook. And that was one of the first things I checked.
Yeah, they tagged him.
Because it was actually you, Shay, that brought that up and told me to check that.
Yep.
if you look at page 11, and it might have been my printer, is those numbers like fuzzy, like not clear like the other one?
No, honey, that's not your printer. Because I've been said that that's not your printer.
Okay, so that one is fuzzy.
Yep.
There's going to be one
Okay.
page that's kind of crooked, and that's my fault because I didn't take the staple out of that. I don't know if y'all have noticed it. There's one that's
Yeah,
kind of,
we noticed it. We was analyzing it the other night.
and I meant to tell y'all that there was a piece of a staple still in there. So when it went through the printer, it kind of got caught a little bit, and
So that explains that one.
yeah, that's
We were
my
like,
fault.
"Is
I'm
this
sorry.
a little lopsided?"
It was a little lopsided. Yeah, that one.
Shay, do you and AJ want to address Christina's comment?
Has anyone reached out to Apple? Has anyone signed to do his iCloud account and get the last known location of his phone?
I did. And Shay knows it. And Shay was on the thing with me.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we also signed into Gmail. And I'm telling you guys, the last connection it shows was on the 25th, except for one picture that uploaded to the iCloud on the 26th that morning.
Yeah.
Which is really weird because we know that he used his phone.
Yep. And-
So when on the 27th, Shay, when you called,
Mm-hmm.
did you go to voicemail and leave him a voicemail, which would have been the day after?
Let me look at my phone.
Can you share your screen, AJ, to show the phone records that you're referencing, or do you not want to share it because of the phone numbers that you're looking at? You don't want to.
I don't want the phone numbers out there. Well, actually, I mean, I don't care. It's up to you guys. Shay, do you care? Because I mean,
I don't care. They can have
it's so deep right now. There's no sense in trying to hide anything. But please, you guys, it comes back on me if y'all try to call numbers and start acting crazy. Please don't do that.
Well, it
because
comes back on me because it's on my channel, but
Well, yeah, okay, yeah.
you
True
know,
that.
so
But
we don't want
please
people
don't.
to be attacking people. We do not support
Yeah.
doxing and harassing and, you know, threatening people, calling CPS on people. Like, we don't go real life here. That is not something we do. We're just
I mean, I
trying
was
to
in
find the
tears.
transparency in the
To the point
information.
where I was about to pause the group when they called Jimmy Long. I was so upset. So yeah, I mean, I'll share it, but please, yeah, just don't.
Thank you. Give me the seaweed. Yeah, we don't need any vigilantes.
Exactly. Okay.
That's not going to help this case. We've got to keep everything just
No,
so.
I'm vigilante enough.
You better not call all the numbers, Lolly. I am going to come to Texas.
All right, so
Did Tyler have his voice as a voice message, or was it just the regular?
I did just the regular.
it was just the regular, and the only reason I know that is because when I first got involved in all this and I tried to call his phone, it was just the regular.
Okay.
Well, we kind of needed a little laugh because it gets really serious sometimes. You know, sometimes you just have to breathe for a second, you know, to get through some of this stuff. Yeah, because it will just mess up the case when evil enters. So, like, if you want to help find Tyler, like, there's no sense, there's no justice in taking justice into our own hands. Like, and I did see when evil entered, you said that we should, you know, see about that peaceful protest. Well, I did call the Richland County Sheriff's Office, who told me to call the Attorney General's office, Alan Wilson, and I did. I sent them an email, and they messaged me back and told me that I needed to call the city manager. So then I called the city manager's office, and they told me I needed to call Richland County Sheriff's Department. Help me, YouTube.
So
Nobody wants to give me a permit to have a peaceful protest. I said, listen, we're law-abiding citizens. We're not there to chastise people and yell at them and make a scene. We just want to have our signs, and we just want to silently protest on behalf of justice for Tyler Doyle outside of the administration office of the South Carolina DNR. And I think they're trying to stop us, guys. I don't know, Melissa Edge, if you're still here, we'll talk about that. You said you messaged me, so I mean, I don't know what else to do. They're just sending me on a wild goose chase, y'all.
Has anybody wondered why it is that this just all of a sudden switches? See, none of this makes. Somebody please get Ronnie Floyd in here, because if this is the same record search, because this is how they do it. This is the same type of record being searched. So why does it switch up? Look, it's even numbered. So here it says mobility with cell location. We got page 1, AT&T proprietary, whatever that word is. Page 2, page 3, and y'all see all of this over here. And then all of a sudden, just boom, it just goes to a bunch of straight laced numbers with no cell data, no location data, and then now they're all back to back, but it's still the same type of report. And Shay, you said y'all got 4 reports, correct?
Because they're not connecting, they're all zeros. But if you look at the seconds, it has that extra information, or it doesn't have location because it's not showing where the phone's pinging, if that makes any sense. So I guess whenever it's locating it, it's showing the coordinates of where the phone is.
Okay, but right here, this call connected, look, and there's no coordinates. That's why I'm saying
that's why it doesn't make no sense. That makes no sense to me.
Exactly. And Shay, didn't you say that there was like all it was like different sections?
Oh yeah, he had it stapled into how you got an email to you.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I sent it. What was it? 10 different emails.
Yep, something like that.
I scanned it from my printer, and I scanned it, and then I stapled it back just like he gave it to me. That way, I knew I wasn't gonna get them all together and get them all mixed up. Just the way he brought them is the way I scanned them.
Okay, so see, this is not right, because here's the thing. There's only 4 reports. Remember the AT&T thing, Shay? There's 4 reports. One of them was only 1 page, and that was the international, because he didn't make no international.
Shaft.
The other was 17. The data report was 25, and then the 3 pages for text. Altogether, there was 45 pages. But if you look at everything you sent in 10 emails, we're talking what? At least 100 pages.
Oh yeah, that's a lot.
Right.
There's
Feel better.
50.
So lay down, Crystal, and I hope you feel better.
All right, so there's 55 of just AT&T and the just the AT&T without the explanation of what stuff is meaning. So just the phone records, there's 55.
Supposed to be 45 pages.
So I was just
Carol,
looking.
that has been checked. His iCloud has been checked.
So I was just checking. So I'm pretty sure that Linda and Shay, y'all let it dial up until it hit voicemail, right? Because once the voicemail came up, you would. Okay. So every time that they called on here, it shows zeros. So even though the voicemail picked up, it still shows zeros. So that proves that even a second wouldn't show even if it went to voicemail.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out. Like, so which is what the AT&T lady also told you, correct?
Right, that's what she told me. Even if a voicemail picked up, so it only does it if it connects. But if you
actually answer,
right, they would actually have to connect for it to show up.
Y'all make it
so like the zeros, all of Shay's and Linda's, every one of them are zeros.
That's when I first got sharing my screen. That's what I was checking, and I didn't get to check all the way through, but that's why I asked her that. And you're right, they showed zeros.
Yes.
So somebody want to make it make sense?
But then if you go to the report to where all the coordinates, where it's just got coordinates of his phone, his last the last ping for his phone as far as like coordinates is at 4:55, and then it does not show any more as far as this report.
Which report is that?
Let me see. Hold on 1 second.
Hey guys, I have a special guest that just called in,
Okay,
Okay.
let me stop sharing my screen.
and can you guys please give a warm welcome to Brad Smith with Wings of Hope?
Hey, Brad.
Hi, Brad.
Hey, Brad.
Go ahead, Brad.
Hey, just calling in and want to touch bases with you guys and let you know that is behind you guys 100% and that we're gonna fight the fight with you guys. And so I don't think you guys, like I told you guys from the day one, is that you guys ain't in this fight by yourself ever.
Thank you, Brad. We love you. This is Shay. I love you. Thank you.
Love you too, and like I said, is I wish things would have been handled a lot better and more information, and there's a learning lesson from us. I mean, implemented now where any files that are turned over they're duplicated right away before they're turned over. So, and it's sad that it was this way, but it was a learning lesson for us, and I'm sorry for that. But we're not giving up.
That's
And
not for
we're
you
still
to be
fighting
sorry
to get
for.
the SD card.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's not for you to be sorry for.
No.
You didn't do anything wrong. You didn't have to even be out there.
Right. And this is a guy who does this for a living. He rescues people for a living. I mean, like out of the goodness of his heart.
Yeah.
And he's from a long way from South Carolina. He came to us to help us find Tyler, and he fought as long and hard as he could. And he got to see firsthand what our family had to go through because of the DNR.
Yep.
It was a battle for him too.
Okay,
There
so
was
Brad, I have
never
to ask
any-
you.
Yeah, there was never any transparency, unfortunately.
Right.
Yeah.
In your heart, Brad, do you think that picture was Tyler?
I cannot this is my thing, is I can't professionally say yes or no. The thing is it was a target that fit the criteria of someone.
That's enough for me.
The thing
Thank
is, yeah, when we were there was no one else missing that we know of.
Right.
Right.
And
That's why I told him.
there were some other people missing though, Brad. Remember we talked about that, and I didn't even know that, but there was like 2 or 3 other people that were missing right before Tyler went missing, but those people had either been found or
They were found. Yep. There was a little girl and transient.
I mean, the bottom line is people go missing that don't even get reported. It was a target that fit the criteria. It should have been dove on, period.
Yeah, see, he can't
Exactly.
confirm it because people OD all the time. Somebody could have OD'd, went in the
But
ocean,
when did
got
we
missing.
as a society just say, oh, that's a possible body, and let's just skip over the possibility of it being a body? When is that okay?
And it's never okay, and that's the thing is that from the get-go, our hands were tied that we were not allowed to dive.
Yep, and I understand that from your point of view, but as what I don't understand is Ronnie Floyd's point of view. You cannot do what they don't allow you to do.
My thing is how do you manage a search if you're not there and got boots on the ground and see what's going on? A search is very fluid situation, and it's very fluid and changing every minute and every second. If you're not there to stay ahead of it, how do you manage it?
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Hey, Brad, it's the aunt.
Hey, hon, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I saw
So,
someone in the chat said, is Brad going to go after Ronnie Floyd and the DNR for their SD card? Well, I mean, Misty, I think he did try to, send them a request to get it back.
But he can only do.
I did send a request out, and I did meet with a lawyer on Monday. And from what the lawyer said is that I can go ahead and try to prove that he has the SD card, but it's a he said, she said, and I got to prove the burden is on me to prove that he has the SD card.
So, Brad, I have a question. The reports that are from North Star, when they were turned over, were they handed over in paper format, or was everything all together bundled onto that SD card?
No, they were handed over as a email. We emailed everything after we got done. The
Okay.
SD card was given to Ronnie the day that we were there underneath the bridge. We gave him the SD card because the command center was there. So wasn't Kevin Kevin Purdue, is that his name?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So they both were there.
See,
Brad,
that was at the when was that? Because
was like the last
pictures
day
were
of
on
the
February
search.
the 6th. Yeah, that
Right.
February the 6th was when you found the picture. That's why, like, when was Ronnie Floyd? Ronnie Floyd was not out there with y'all, right? Wasn't it Jeff with the Horry County Police, Kevin Purdue, the young boy with DNR? Ronnie wasn't with y'all, right? Wasn't he
Ronnie
still
was
out?
not with us. No,
Okay,
he was
so-
not.
Okay, so that's why I knew he was still out with the kidney, the kidney stones.
Kidney
so
stone
it
and
was
something else.
Was Jeff on the boat with you? Jeff, the Horry County
Jeff
Police.
was on his own boat.
Okay,
he was
Jeff
on
was
a
on.
DNR boat.
Okay, so but he's seen the sonar picture, correct?
Yes. Oh, yes.
Okay, because he came to me at the very end of the day when I was in the trailer, because he told me, he didn't tell anybody else, he told me, and he looked at me and he said that, I asked him, I said, was it Tyler? And he looked at me and told me yes. I mean, he couldn't, I mean, you can't be 1000% sure, but I mean, he seen the
Right.
picture. So that was on that day, which was the 6th. So when Ronnie Floyd is saying that you're lying about the picture, Ronnie Floyd is lying, because that was almost a month later that he's telling you that that wasn't true. So
Ronnie Floyd is full of. Let me just.
he wasn't even there, and so he's calling the Horry County Police Department a liar too if he's saying that.
Because I
That's what I
remember
keep
you
saying.
telling me. Matter of fact, I have the text messages where you told me the exact same thing. To start that he was in the trailer where they were getting where the food was, and you walked up to him. You said he had his head leaned up against like the side, like he was like distressed. And you asked him, and he said that's the same answer you said earlier.
Yep, he came to he was getting a drink. But so, Brad, that night also, that's when you showed Michelle that sonar picture, correct?
I showed everyone that. I showed you. That's when I showed you guys that, and I showed,
that was at the end before you left.
Yep.
Yeah. But the night that you actually found it, that night, was that the night that Michelle went into the
trailer? It was the next day, right?
Okay.
That night, because we waited for the fire department. The fire department was supposed to come out there and dive, and they never showed up because the weather was it was like crappy, and they said it was too dangerous. The risk over the reward wasn't there, which it was getting bad, and I understand it, but we had a diver on board.
Wait. You had a diver already on board, a certified diver right there with you at this time that they didn't show up?
Yeah, we had a diver every time we went out. So TJ and Justin was with us, and TJ is a certified diver.
So he could have dove if they wouldn't have prevented it, correct?
Correct.
Oh, hell no.
And Brad said that from the get-go that DNR said that they could not dive.
I know.
Brad, what was the water depth where the dogs hit? Kevin Franks is asking in the chat.
I believe it was about anywhere, I think it was 8 to 10 feet.
There you go, Kevin.
Brad, thank you so much. Because
everyone in the chat is, y'all show Brad some love. They are, everyone is saying hey and how much they just really appreciate you. Does anyone have a specific question or something? I don't know. Brad will let you know if he's able to comment on that.
Yeah, because there's going to be some things that he can't comment on, and that's understandable.
No, we cannot see the sonar pic, Taylor, because he doesn't have a copy of it. And so he has asked DNR to get his SD card back, and Ronnie Floyd says he doesn't have it.
And honestly, in all fairness, you guys, I think with what Brad and his team represent and what they do, I don't think they ever even thought that this would be a possibility. I mean, you don't go diving for people and doing this type of thing and think that the own damn law enforcement is going to be shady.
Exactly. Thank you.
You know what I mean? So
And
I can't even say like, oh, they should have kept it. No, because you're not thinking that. You're there to help. You're not thinking and wondering if every cop around you is going to be like turn later and be shady. That
Right. And let me add to that. So just like you said, you don't think that they're going to be that way. And then here I am as his aunt sitting there listening to him say it's going to be 4 days. It's going to be 7 days. It's going to be
Mhm.
15 days.
Yep.
And then I get told, well, he's in heaven rocking a baby that Lakeland couldn't give birth to. I'm like,
and
seriously, that's
y'all
the
need to
kind of person you're dealing
y'all need
with.
to go to church. Yeah, let's not forget
Yeah.
y'all need to go to church. I said it earlier. What if they had been atheists?
Right. So you don't stand a chance against a guy like this who is the SD card in heaven now too? I mean, is that what
At that
happened
part.
to it?
I'm sorry,
Probably.
but that part. Yep.
Tammy Weinbarger, that sonar, she said, didn't that sonar picture show up on Facebook briefly one day? No, that picture
No.
was never
No.
shared anywhere. It was only shown to the family, and they
Right.
didn't even get a copy of it, Tammy. If
Right.
there
Yeah.
was another sonar picture shared, it was not from Wings of Hope, because that is not how they
Y'all gotta remember,
do
there
their
was so
stuff.
much when this all first started. There was so much made up BS going around on Facebook.
I know.
When
I know.
when the sonar picture was first taken, which was on the 6th, so Michelle got to see it on the 7th, but Jeff with the Horry County Police, they saw it, DNR saw it, all that on the day that it was seen on the 6th. So we saw it in March because he wanted to Brad wanted to give a little bit of closure for us, but we couldn't get a copy of it because he said it was part of the investigation. So DNR, so when Ronnie Floyd is saying that sonar picture was not real, that was a
Then why
lie,
did he want it? Why
that's
did
not
he
true
right?
because they seen it the day it happened.
And why, if
So
it wasn't real, then why did he want it? And why did he order them not to keep a copy? That's the bottom line. You don't want something in part of investigation that you already know is not real.
Brad, do you want to comment about what Ronnie said, why he needed the SD card?
Because he wanted to go have it analyzed and make sure it was actually an object worth diving on.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
gosh.
Days later, that makes sense.
So this is funny too, because whenever DNR stood on the piece of wood, they showed that sonar picture to Brad. The picture that they sat there on for like 2 or 3 days. Brad, when they showed you that picture when they dived, what did you tell them? And you didn't even know what it was. What did you tell them it was?
So I told him it was a log. You could see the branches and the
You can
limbs and
see
everything. That
are you
there
talking
was
about the
no
one
way
that
it
was
didn't
included?
measure out to be right.
Yeah, so
you're
like
talking about the one included with the Coast Guard report, the one that like looks like an arm, but it's not because you can see the branches coming off. I don't even dive for people, and I can tell you that's a log.
so they sat on that.
That's
And
are
then
you
they
serious?
and even they sat on that from the 26th, the 27th, and the
Oh my God.
28th. They finally dove down, and then they were still searching right there. But did they tell you, Brad, that the boat sank on the south side and the boat was found on the south side? Because we heard that the whole entire time. Or did they tell you it
We
was
were
on the
told it
north
was
side?
we were told it was on the south side that it sunk, that it was recovered
Well,
there.
that's not true.
And then we found out from the tow
The
company
tow person.
that
Yes.
it was actually that was located on the north point of the North Jetty.
Which was what, like way into the search. Like, so the search area was not even, it was on the
This
opposite
goes
side of what
back
DNR
to
said.
yes, and this goes back to me saying that Christian Holden lied to 911 about which way the boat was going.
Mm-hmm.
So we spoke to Christian probably
Oh,
the third night we were there, and we asked him to come out to just go over all the steps of the actions that happened, and tell us like where did you see it last and all that. And he told us that it was not in his best interest to come out there and do that.
I'm
So
sorry, it's
he,
not
he
funny, you guys, but anything with Christian just blows my mind because it was said earlier, and I'm not going to say who said it, but somebody very close to him, and matter of fact, was there. It was said that DNR told him not to go out. Is that not true, Shay?
Not only did DNR, according to him, tell him not to go out, but the Coast Guard also did a shitty job, according to this person. And they also told Christian Holden he was not allowed to go out,
But
which
I
we
got a
all
57
know is
page
fucking
report that tells
bullshit.
me they never spoke to Christian Holden, so I know that's bullshit.
Exactly.
see if all this information was given to Brad way when he first got there, when especially when the water was calm, he wouldn't have focused in like certain areas that he thought the boat was in. He could have focused in where the boat was. So that really threw everything off because DNR just was so on to where he was located, which was not true.
Well, from the get go, we were told different things, and then on any search, we start doing our own thing. We start coming up with our own informations, our own theories. We listen to what the dogs are doing. We look at the sonar. We don't really follow a lot of outside noise because that's what it is. It's just unproven information. We're going off of what we're seeing, the information we're gathering from the dogs, the sonar, flow charts, stuff like that. Because the problem is you can take two people and they're going to have two different stories. So it's very unreliable.
Yeah.
This is the picture of the log, by the way, that the Coast Guard submitted.
Yeah, you can tell it's a log, and if you actually know how to use sonar, reef sonar, you can measure the width and the length.
And I told Brad it looked like a shrimp. And he said,
Well,
no.
I can tell you that picture right there and the picture that Brad showed us is absolutely completely
Yeah.
So here
different.
we are again, another day, you guys. And I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I'm getting really upset because you know what I'm realizing? Here we are again with another story from somebody that has no reason whatsoever to make anything up, and it all points to Ronnie Floyd buying time. He didn't want the shrimp boat to freaking sweep. But yet 2 weeks later he was going to let them. He didn't want Brad and them to dive because of the wet. Like, this is insane.
I agree.
What is he buying time for?
Yeah.
Shay, whenever
I don't know what to do. I'll tell you, the bottom line with him is he didn't know what to do. He's stupid. He doesn't have the skills to know how to go search for somebody. He was intimidated probably how Brad was there, and Brad was more skilled, and he just didn't know how to face that. I mean, like, I just think that the man is dumb.
Yeah, and you know what? And I can accept that, but it's what I can't accept is if it's a possibility that it was a body, that it should have been Doyle. I mean,
somebody deserved closure, whether it was Tyler or not.
The thing is in our motto, it's a target, and it stays a target until we identify what it is or what it isn't. And we never had the opportunity
and I respect that.
Yes or no.
Yeah, and I respect that. Because that's not just saying, oh, well, it could be, but let's go ahead and go around the corner. So I respect that. But Ronnie Floyd is there's no excuse. If you do that as a volunteer search group, he's an authority figure. He should damn well have that motto.
Ronnie Floyd wasn't even there that much, so I don't even understand. Like, I don't know how he could make all them calls when he wasn't even there.
So then
most of the time.
And Kevin Perdue sat there with us, and every day there was a meal plan planned by Pam. Pam planned all that out for us, and she would even come from work some days to make that happen. But Kevin Perdue sat there and he ate all day long, and he talked about his times when he was in the Vietnam or whatever the hell he did. That was all he did.
When he talked about like the video that I've got with him, selling cat as raccoon. Yeah, that just in case he is listening, that's coming out. I'm only waiting for the attorney to prove it.
Brad, the time you remember the time that y'all had gotten a hit, it was later after the first one, and you had called and you said, I need permission to dive. Well, DNR wasn't there, so I had to get Jeff the Horry County Police, he said dive. He went over DNR. He said dive. He wasn't waiting on them.
Marie, was that when they were out at Frying Pan Shoals and Mr. Jeff was the only one there with us?
Yes, and he got in his truck and he drove. Did he make
Yes.
it to you? He drove. He said, tell him.
Because
Because Brad called and says, we cannot dive without permission. And I went, because DNR wasn't there, I went straight to Jeff. I said, they got a hit. They need permission to dive. He looked at me. He said, tell him to dive. He drove off of his truck. And did he go to you, Brad? To tell you to?
He came out there.
But
He was override by DNR because Jeff doesn't have the permission to make that call.
Because
Yeah,
you remember, Marie, even that day, and Brad, you probably do remember, you call her Nana, but my mom, remember she was like, I don't care. If that's my baby, I want him out that water, hook him. Whatever you got to do. And that's why Jeff and Marie went to Jeff and told him, and then Jeff took off. I mean, he took off wide open to go to the other landing to get to you.
Did you give permission that day to dive?
Yeah,
I
Jeff
can't
fought
remember.
constantly trying to get permission for us to be able to dive our own targets. He fought and fought and fought. But the problem is any kind of search or accidents on water are covered by DNR. So he didn't have the authority to do it, and he fought. I mean, every day he was trying to get us permission.
But they wouldn't let you do it. That don't make no. That
So
just makes.
again, Ronnie Floyd and the SCDNR and that team, whether it was him directly or not, is stopping progress.
Well, we need Jeff Gore to be a witness then, because if he was there, he saw the sonar picture, then I'm sure he knows that Brad gave Ronnie the picture because he knows the picture exists.
Yeah, he's seen it. He's seen it. That's why he looked at me that day.
Star mentions it.
Mr. Jeff is a very good man. My mom and dad have known him for many, many years. And the reason why he was so emotionally invested is because he knew our family. I remember one day a woman was on Facebook saying to call off the search because it was all a hoax. Marie, you were with me. And I walked over to him. Remember? And I showed him her phone number and her picture on Facebook. And he said, I don't think I can do anything about this because I said, yes, you can. He said, how do you know? I said, because you're the Horry County Police. And I tapped his badge, and he was like, okay. So he handled it that day. He called her, and the next thing you know, her Facebook is deleted and gone and done with.
Well, Brad, I got a couple questions. You got quite a few questions in the chat, but we were just, finishing covering that. So I appreciate y'all being patient. Somebody says, can you talk more about the searches near Wadey's and Fort Randall? Did you guys search up in that area? Was there anything that you feel like you need to comment about searches in that area?
No. So the thing, like I was explaining earlier, is that we went off of what the dogs were indicating on and sonar. A dog's nose can pick up decomposition a lot better than any electronic device or anything like that. A dog will put us in the right area, and that's when we start using side scan and towfish technology to be able to see what's down there and get eyes on it. From the get-go, we felt pretty confident of where the dogs were hitting, and we were following them areas. The thing to remember is with these dogs and the handlers is that each dog and each handler doesn't know where the other handlers are hitting. It's a total blind search. When they go out on that boat, the handler and that dog is literally conducting their own search in their own areas, and that boat operator is following the command of the dog handler. So it's completely blind. They don't know any of the other areas where they're hitting. So that's why we use the dogs, is because they're non-biased, and that's why we use multiple dogs, is because they check each other.
Right. That makes sense. Give Me the Seaweed also said, Brad, what would it take to get you back down with the dogs again?
At this point, I don't think it'd be plausible for us to find anything at this time. It's been so long that we'd be going down there and basically chasing our tails. It just too much time has passed,
Right.
and
Way too much time. I mean, if we could have done this in the very beginning, if Mr. Danny Jewell could have just been able to drag his nets, but that was not allowed either. And, you know, people don't realize that that man had just lost his son.
That's
So,
2 weeks before that, you know, and I did call Mr. Danny Jewell and invite him to the live stream, and he did text me back to let me know that he had been out on the Gulf Stream all day and he was headed back, and that was after 5. So he didn't know if he'd be able to make it or not, but you know, maybe he's here listening.
and you know, he had sympathy for us because he got to bury his child, but he thought about us at the time, and he was still grieving strongly for his own son. And knowing that we might not be able to see Tyler or be able to lay him to rest, he knew he was that only hope that we had. And we were even denied that.
Brad, if I've had people asking me saying that we need to go back out and search Wadey's, you know, because I think people are questioning, was these marshes and Wadey's Island areas around the jetty, was the land and marsh area, was that searched thoroughly? What are your thoughts on that?
yeah, we put dogs on land multiple times, and none of the dogs indicated on land at all. Every one of the dogs indicated out in the water. So we covered, I mean, there was multiple days, like when it was bad out, we couldn't get out in the part of the ocean. We would go search land, you know, the land and Bird Island and stuff like that, just to rule out these areas. And we never got any indication. We flew drones over multiple times. I mean, daily we had drones going up in the morning and night, and just was never able to locate it. We focused, you know, mainly on the water search just because of the aspect of the dogs and the sonar.
Right. And Brad, right now on screen, I'm showing a screenshot that you sent me, which you told me that I could show for Dawn Allen, because she says, can you explain the dogs and them hitting and where the image was on the sonar in relation to each other? And you can see this photograph that he sent me here. That is the bow of the boat. And what you're looking at in this photograph here is the Sunset Beach portion of the beach. And to the left of that, the rock area, that is the North Jetty. This is another picture from their boat right here. This is the area where the dogs were hitting, all along out in front of the Sunset Beach area, just right out in front of the jetty area right there. So I hope that helps people to understand exactly what that area looks like and how close they were. This is approximately, did you tell me 400 yards from
400
shore?
yards from the North Jetty. Yep.
And
Okay.
if
From
you
shoreline,
look,
and then
yeah, if you look right here, this is the North Jetty. So Christian Holden was standing there.
Exactly. So
On those
how come he
rocks.
couldn't see him? I mean, clearly, when I was standing on the jetty, you could see for miles looking out on the Sunset Beach side. I've been there. I've stood there with Shay.
And see, and right here, there's there closer to the beach, there were crab traps along the beach. I can't remember how far down, probably not that close to the jetty, but there was a couple crab traps. So even if he was right there, see, I don't know if shrimp boats get that close to the water. That would be something that Danny Jewell would have to
Yeah.
say, but I don't
That's
know
why I
if
was
they
hoping
could
he
get
would
that
come up,
close.
because I know there was people that, you know, had questions for him as well. And maybe he will be able to come up on a future live stream. Give Me the Seaweed said there was a hit, to my understanding, at a sandbar near Bird Island. Is that true? Well, this is Bird Island. What you're looking at right here on the other side of this white beach right here, that is considered Bird Island. Just right there. And there is a couple of sandbars that are out there. So is that in that sandbar area where you guys were at? Was it near that area? Or is the sandbar 400 yards on out where Tyler's boat was at? Because you're already 400 yards out, and his boat was found 800 yards offshore.
Right. We were closer on the north side, on the closer to the beach area, right? Kind of where the I guess it's called breakers, where the water breaks,
Mm-hmm.
the waves break in there. You know, it is a dangerous area when the waves come through there, especially with tides and stuff. But,
Oh, okay. She says on the inside of the inlet, not in the ocean. She heard the dogs hit on the inside of the inlet. Is that true
No.
or false? That is false.
that is false.
That is false.
The
So,
report-
Brad, is there holes right
all the
there?
dogs-
Brad, is there a hole right there? Because Danny Jewel talked to us about these pockets. You want to talk to us about that?
So yeah, there are pockets, and they change from day to day from the currents, from the tides coming in and out. You know, you could have a 10-12 foot pocket that's deep, come back later on the day and it's gone just from the sands filling in. What a lot of people have to understand is that with the currents and the tides, it's moving that bottom constantly. The sand and stuff like that. It'll cover things up. It'll uncover things. That's why it's so important when you're out there with the dogs and the sonar is that you're painting that picture and you're coming back and researching these areas hours later because something that was covered up could be uncovered.
So really, if he got in one of those pockets and the sand covered him up, and because I was hoping during shrimping season when they're pulling the nets that somebody would pick up something, so he could have went in one of these pockets and he just hasn't. His clothing hasn't been uncovered yet from the water going back and forth. Possibly is why nothing didn't wash up. You think?
I don't want to speculate on what ifs. It can happen. We've had it happen where people get buried and they get unburied. Just with massive storms and flooding and stuff like that. It does happen. But I don't want to speculate on did this happen to him. I don't know.
But it is a possibility that it could happen in general, correct?
Yeah, it can happen. It can happen. We've had it happen before on like rivers and stuff like that, where the currents change and boat traffic cover people up with sand, and
Right.
a year later they've been found.
Yeah, I was just hoping like clothing or something when they did shrimping, the shrimp boots all through there. I was hoping like a piece of clothing or something would have been
Right.
found.
Real quick, because I'm about to send this, Dutchess, Shay, I've requested the everything that Miss Edge said that we could request as far as the emails and phone records. I'm putting the 26th through what date should I go to?
I would go up until as long as you can. I mean,
when was the last day of the? We could go
before
now.
before you got up, before you have control. You know what I mean?
Okay, all right, gotcha.
Right.
That's
Sounds
my
good.
thoughts.
Does anyone have any other questions for Brad? Is there any questions, Shay, that you want to ask?
No, I can call Brad any day. He knows I love him.
We
I
do
just want
love
to tell
Brad,
him
and
thank
we
him.
support you, Brad. And
All the way around, we support you, and it's a blessing that you guys came out, and it's really sad that you had to deal with so much of the turmoil from this whole department. I don't understand it.
Yeah. I mean, welcome to Horry County DNR. I mean,
Right?
From day one, from meeting you guys, you guys always treated us like family. You guys were there for us as much as we were there for you guys.
Yep.
It makes me mad to think that the people that we look up to and respect in law enforcement, let us down.
Yeah, that's the exact words. They let us down.
And I can tell you guys that when we met Brad, I mean, it was like not even a week. I felt like I'd known him my whole entire life.
Mhm.
It was
Yep.
that kind of feeling. Just a good.
We laughed together, we cried together. I mean,
Yep.
there was a lot of good days, there was a lot of bad days, but we got through it together, and we're gonna get through this together. I mean, that's what I just don't want to that you're not by yourself with this.
Yeah.
Right. And if people sit back and really think about what these people do and what Brad and his group stand for, like they volunteered to do this.
Right.
It takes a special type of person to do that.
Right, and he just doesn't have sonar and go out on the water. He's got a drone the size of a freaking car.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
He showed us. He showed us we could actually see what if he got close enough. He didn't
Wait,
get close
you have
enough.
a drone the size of a car?
a mini car.
You could get it. He would fly it above the.
With it, so
Yeah.
What?
He'd fly it up. Yeah. He
Yeah.
flew it up around the bridge, and he could zoom into the restaurant across and watch somebody eating.
Right.
Oh wow.
I remember one morning I was sitting here getting ready to go to the landing, but I was watching the cameras at the beach the whole time. I was watching the Cherry Grove Pier. I called Marie. I was like, "Look, there's something out there. It looks like something's floating in the water." Her and Brad went. They got the drone, flew over it, and it was just the sun casting a image on the water, because every minute that went by, the image, it moved, and the more it moved, we turned out to find out it was just
we didn't even get out in the truck. He put this little flight thing down on the ground. He went out there, set it up, and then we sat in the truck, and he just flew it up.
Wow.
And you can see it clear as day. Everything.
Misty, I just want to say, she says, did the sonar and dogs hit at the same location? And if so, was that sonar pic on the SD card? Yes, Misty, that is correct. The dogs hit. Is the sonar, was that picture that you got, was that near the area where the dogs hit? That is correct,
Yes.
right? Yes. And that was on the SD card, Misty.
So now, wait a minute, whoa. So now we got two things that tell us that that's something, and there's still okay. See, I didn't know all this. Wait a second. Hold on. So the sonar was also on the place that a dog hit?
Yes.
So what Brad does is he takes the one dog out. He comes back. He gets the second dog to confirm the spot, right? Because you have to do about the one dog, the sonar. You confirm it with the second dog. So when they went out with the second dog who hit, that's when DNR and Jeff was on. It was with them. DNR, Jeff was on one boat. They were on the other boat with the second dog, and the second dog hit. And that's when they, the North Star lost their little GPS thing, and they wouldn't dive. That when y'all got back to the landing, I don't remember what time it was.
Donna, those dogs are just human remains scent dogs. They don't have Tyler's scent because for water searches, they only use HRD dogs. So
they're not specific.
Right, and it was a recovery at that point.
Right.
Yeah, they were trying to sniff out a person that a cadaver dog. They're cadaver dogs. They're not a live person dog.
Right.
Yes, Cherie, he could be able to talk to Miss Linda anytime that he wanted to. They were asking if you still had contact with you with Tyler's mother. You mean Michelle? Do you want to say anything?
I have not spoken to her. It was about a week after we left. I have not spoken to her. I have not spoken to any of the family on that side of the family since we left.
Interesting.
Yeah, wait, I do have one question. Because I was told by the girlfriend of Josh Johnson, which I already know the answer to this question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Brad, did Wings of Hope call Josh Johnson to come out and search?
No.
I didn't think so.
Thank you for answering
Johnson
that.
He is a liability when he's out there.
There you go, guys.
There it is there.
Okay,
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but somebody had tried to post in my Facebook group, that Wings of Hope is the one that called him for assistance. And I already knew that was BS, but thank you for clarifying it.
Brad, on the 7th, the second day. So y'all y'all got the sonar picture, the dogs hit on the 6th. And then DNR would not go and dive because they said it was too rough and it was too late and blah, blah, blah. They couldn't do it. So y'all went the next day on the 7th to go out there. Josh Johnson went. Who asked him to go? Because I remember seeing him there. Was it DNR?
Josh showed up. Josh showed up, and he, from the get go, it seemed like he was like conducting his own searches, and he was like supposed to be the one in charge and doing all coordinating all this stuff.
That's what he portrayed to people on Facebook too.
Sure did.
Yeah. So did DNR tell him to go that day? Because I remember, and I was saying to myself, why? Because I was saying why?
Never said that.
Okay. Because I even said to myself, why is he going that day?
Well, I think Brad, initially you said that you thought Josh seemed like he knew what was going on. Like he didn't know if they were friends. He just assumed that, hey, he must know him.
Professional on his, when he posts his little Facebook things and all. To be honest, you guys, he was sounding kind of professional. So if I came onto the scene and this person came up to me, I mean, he kind of acted as far as his voice like he might have knew what he was talking about. So I mean, it's not uncommon to think that somebody thought he was in charge because he made it seem like that on Facebook.
So
yeah, because I was trying to figure
that day
DNR
when Josh went with you. Like, how did this come about, Brad?
Josh was going out in his own boat. Josh was doing his own thing, and he went out and bought his own sonar, and he was trying to, figure out how to reach sonar, how to do this. There was a lot of times we butt heads because he would get so negative, like, why are we doing this, and why are we continuing to do this, and why are we searching these areas? I'm sure he got frustrated. He was there for how many days trying to do this, and he had no guidance.
Right. Okay.
Nobody asked him to do it. If he didn't want to do it, he should have just not did it. I mean, don't complain.
We don't know that nobody asked him. We just know that nobody asked him that whose side we would be on.
Right. I mean, we didn't ask him. I don't even know who the hell he is.
I don't either.
Right, but we don't know. We can't sit here and say that nobody put him up to that.
Right, because
Well,
apparently
that's
it's
true.
the other side that he's
Cool
friends
with.
with. He's cool with them, and I'm a clown. But who's the clown?
And I'm trying to say it in a nice way, but without making any accusatory. I don't know these big words. I'm not even going to try it. But anyway, that word. Yeah. So but we don't know that he wasn't.
Yeah, that word.
Accusation.
This is what I'm gonna say about Josh. Is that at least he showed up and he tried to put in an effort, even though he
absolutely
didn't know what he was doing or anything like that. He still put in an effort.
Yeah, I will give him that much, but I mean, did he lead us on a wild goose chase? I mean, I know Gimme the Seaweed said that her and her husband Matt, they were out searching on Battery Island, and they had searched the entire island. And as they were leaving, they saw Josh Johnson coming onto the island, and he said he found a decoy there. They searched the whole island. They said there was no decoy there. They had just searched the entire place when Josh Johnson pulled up and they were leaving. And he also found some kind of love sign there. And she said none of that was there. Is that right? Give me the seaweed. Talk to me, Goose. I need to know if did I get that right? Because I got emotional and I had to just let it go. Because that really irritated me. Because why is South Carolina DNR not telling people, like, this is what you need to do? You need to stick to this, this, and this. If you find anything, you need to turn it over to us because it could be evidence. We need to, look at everything before we return it to the family so that we can have an idea. You said if you knew where the decoys were, you could have got coordinates, and that could have helped you understand the waves. Talk to us about that.
So with the decoys, it gives us a flow rate of how the current is going. It gives us direction of how the current is coming into shore, going out of shore, how far they've traveled from last point. So it gives us a end point and a start point. So we could start where the last decoy was found and start working back towards the boat.
Brad, how long had you been there when we found the waders?
We weren't there when you found the waders.
Okay, so it was afterwards, right?
Yeah, we got there after you guys found the waiters.
And then that's when we knew that they weren't on. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I
when
think it
we
was like
found the
2 or
waiters,
3 days after. you
Yeah,
found
I
them.
started to say it was just a couple days, wasn't it?
Okay.
I think
Yeah.
so. I mean, and you know what? Immediately, what did I do, Marie? Called 911.
Called 911, tried to get the DNR to come and get them, and they couldn't find us because they didn't have equipment to find us. And North Carolina came straight to
wait.
us.
Wait,
Yeah,
wait. Say that again. I'm sorry.
So when,
They didn't have.
You
what?
mean they
we were at North-
locate missing people, but they can't find you on your vessel?
I'm done.
They told us, they told Shay
Y'all.
to bring the waiters to them because they could not find us. They did not have the ability to find us.
right.
Brad, are you getting all this?
Are y'all for serious right now?
Shay
I called
said, I'm
911.
not going nowhere. I'm going to stay here. And that's when North Carolina DNR or Sheriff Department, whatever it was, came straight to us.
Yep.
I'm telling y'all, I feel like
shared
I'm
my
on pump.
location with Jake. That's the day I started sharing my location with Jake. From
Is that the videos that I have?
Yes,
Shay?
from North Carolina DNR.
Okay.
And he told me, he said, I'm going to send you a link and share your location with me. Well, he actually was calling me from his personal cell phone. To this day, I still share my location with him because I've had to call him like, I would not lie to y'all. I'm telling you, if I had to exaggerate or guess, I would say it'd be more than 10 times. Every single time that Brian was listening to a radio on because in North Carolina, you can hear their EMS, their fire, their police scanners. But here in South Carolina or in Horry County, you can't hear it anymore. They've got it on like a private channel. But Brian would call me because that's all he did was listen to their channels all day long, no matter what he was doing. And anytime he heard something abnormal, he would call me panicking, and I would call Jake, and Jake would look into it for me, and he would put us at ease and say, you know, because there was one time where a guy was stranded on, there was an island, and there, you guys might know, I can't even think of it right now. God, what's the name of that place? It's somewhere right there in Brunswick County, but when the tide comes back in, you can get stuck on it. And Brian was calling me freaking out. He said, there's a man waving his arms and he needs help. He said, please call the guy you know. But Jake was that guy who came out and got the waiters from us. He was the one in the video who says, you know, don't lose your faith. He said that people in the summertime, you know, they'll call us for all kinds of reasons, and it might be a unicorn float that's floating out here. But I never stopped sharing my location with him. And he also sent me a link to share those coordinates with the Coast Guard so they would know as well where those waiters were found. But my point behind telling you all this is because if Josh Johnson was finding decoys, why didn't he call 911? I messaged him just to ask him, what did you do with those decoys? Because at the time I wasn't worried about, you know, decoys floating around. I was worried about finding Tyler. But months later, I asked him, and now I'm the clown. Like I didn't even know him. I've never done anything to him.
Yeah,
But
give
he
me the
should have been
seaweed
calling
said
me.
they were sending us 26 miles north up in the Cape Fear River, Brad. Tell everybody what you told me about this search in the Cape Fear River.
How would he have got that far?
The thing is Cape Fear is too far for one thing, and you have currents pushing out. And when you get past by the big pier out there by I can't think of the name of the beach there.
Sunset Beach.
Yeah, that current is actually pushing outwards.
Yep.
And it's not pushing in.
Yep.
So, you know, there was so much stuff on Facebook, and we get phone calls throughout the day, and you know, Shay and them can tell you how many phone calls you get for, oh, we've seen this, we've seen that, and it just.
So I had to call the police.
The dynamics of a flow
Brad.
just doesn't allow it.
Exactly.
This is somebody who does search and rescue, guys. So think about that. Go ahead, Shay.
I had to exactly what Brad's saying is I had to call the cops that night. They sent a boat out. They reassured me that that was not anything, something to do with a log or something, that somebody thought they saw Tyler floating in the Cape Fear River. And so I had to call the non-emergency 911 number for that area. I spoke to a woman. She was at the police department, and she said she would have somebody call me, and that guy called me back immediately. And I've been taking screenshots while we've been on this live, so I can prove that I'm not lying when I told you how many times I had to call non-emergency 911 for North Carolina and South Carolina. But they were so nice, and they sent 2 boats out to go look, and it was nothing. They said it could have been a log, but just what Brad just said, there's no way that he could have gotten into that area, because the way the current flows, it's almost impossible for anything to get up in there at all. It would be coming out, if anything.
An object is not going to flow against current. It scientifically can't happen. It will not happen.
And if Josh had more expert on the water, he would have known that. But since he doesn't have search and rescue experience, it would have been helpful for South Carolina DNR to be out there on the water directing people and overseeing
Doing their
people
job.
instead of at the boat landing, eating all the food and just having Miss Linda write down everybody's names. I mean, none of
Exactly.
that makes
We had to
sense to
take
me.
account for everybody who went out of that landing and who came back. Did we not, Marie?
Yes.
I
Yes.
don't understand
DNR.
the purpose of
DNR.
that.
Okay.
I hope somebody's listening to this live stream that is maybe the solicitor or the governor. Somebody send the governor my link, tell him he can watch all of these live streams. We love you, Governor McMaster. I always vote for you. Please look at this case
Yes.
and listen to what we're saying.
Please.
We're just
change
telling
these
you the
laws.
truth.
So
Somebody clip
whenever,
this part and send it to the governor. We're
so
pleading.
yeah, so whenever there was, I can't remember. It was, I had only been there a day or two or something like that. I can't remember. But anyway, because everything just blends in together. But there was a false report. It's in the paperwork that we got where the guy says, I've been out here for an hour and ain't seen nobody in, blah, blah, blah. It had to be that day. Somebody had called in and reported that there was a boat in distress. It was a false thing. Kevin Perdue, it was Kevin Perdue that did this, came up and said, if that ever happens again, we will not allow anybody to go out there, blah, 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 this and that, all this kind of stuff. He was, Linda was standing right there, and you could just see it was like, and he said that y'all need to, because of this incident that happened, and he said, if it ever happens again, we'll make it to where nobody can't go out there, blah, blah, blah. And he says, you need to keep track of every single person that goes out there. So Linda goes and she gets a book and a pen.
I hope his superiors are listening right now. Somebody clip this part and send it to Ronnie Floyd's superiors and ask him if that's how it's done. You just threaten people that you're not going to help them if they don't control their people.
Right.
That
I
they
swear
don't even
on my
know.
life that this is the truth. I was standing right there. I saw and heard every single bit of it.
Linda got a notebook, and she got a pen, and every person that went on the boat, just not the person that was driving the boat.
Wait, what?
We wrote down every single person that was in the boat with them, or how many people was in the boat with them, and at least one phone number where we could call them just in case if a distress call came out.
The agency in charge is supposed to do that. That's why they call it an investigation.
Yeah, no, they didn't do none of that. Whenever Linda got tied up, and I stood right there at the dock, and as people was coming up, I said, can I please have your name, how many people's on the boat, and a telephone number? And we had a notebook that we was writing this in.
Okay, so this leads me to this particular screenshot. Brad, I don't know if you're watching the YouTube live yourself.
No, unfortunately, I'm not. Sorry.
So, but I have a screenshot up. That Ronnie is supposed to lead, supervise, train, squad. He can't even put his comma in the right place. Oh my God. Grammar police, in the chat. Y'all need to put the sirens out. To perform all police or combat missions, expert marksman with rifle, pistol, and M60 machine gun. By the way, that is 2 words, Ronnie. Nuclear, biological, chemical specialist, combat lifesaver, trained in building clearing anti-hostage terrorist scenarios. I digress. What is this? Brad, do you have anything to comment about being a nuclear, biological, chemical specialist? Is that even a title? The last I checked, he has a degree as a PE teacher. Comment on this, please.
I don't know his background or what he is or isn't. But I mean, he definitely wears a lot of shirts. It sounds like it just. I don't know what he is or isn't. I just.
Well, he plays Robin Hood on a YouTube channel. We did establish that.
He was Link, part of Zelda.
Yes. I do believe that is possible. Maybe he likes cosplay. Oh, no shame. There's no shame in anybody who loves cosplay. I'm just saying.
Guys, sorry, I have to get going. I have to go feed nephew.
Okay, all right. Okay. Well,
sorry.
good night, AJ. Thank you for being
I
here.
love you guys.
Love you too.
See, the problem I have.
Love you, AJ. Thank you so much.
You're
The
welcome.
problem I have is that Ronnie Floyd was never there. So I don't know how he can run an investigation if he wasn't there.
Precisely.
So
I just feel like it's bizarre for him to say things like that and then make none of this makes sense to me. I want to know where the missing investigation is. I did see that he had 1 month's training of how to investigate hunting accidents and boating accidents on the water, and that how to collect evidence and make a timeline and interview people and collect evidence, and that he is a scuba diver, certified to find bodies and investigate and gather evidence. Well, why did none of that happen?
So is he a master diver? Because if he's just just has his PADI certification, then he's not qualified.
But you know what, Brad? You know what Kevin Perdue told me? That he was also a certified diver. He told me that.
Stop it.
That he has
Anyone
dived.
can go get certified. I mean, anyone can go get certified as a diver, but to be a forensic certified and master diver and all, that takes lots of classes and lots of time. So
what
I
is
guess I
TJ's
wanna know,
certification?
what is his qualification? He's PADI certified, freshwater, saltwater, master diver, and safety diver.
So you mean to tell me that TJ is actually more qualified than Ronnie or Kevin to actually dive on a recovery?
Yes.
But see, Kevin, the day that they found
But I know.
so the 2 days that they had hits with the dog, the first day that they had the hits with the dog and the sonar picture, Kevin Perdue was out there. So if he is a diver, then why didn't he dive?
Well, he did make that comment. Well, somebody could have just tied a rope around me and I just could have got in the water. Well, why didn't you?
Because, Brad just said he was in he said that Tyler was in 8 to 10 foot of water, and Kevin Perdue said, "Oh, well, you could have just reached over," because he said it afterwards. He said, "Well, you could have just reached over because he was only in about 5 foot of water."
Mama Bear, you understood the assignment when I said dress up your curse words. You guys see dumbass right here? See how she dressed up her curse word? That's what I want you to do in chat. If you feel like you need to say a cuss word, just dress it up. So, Mama Bear, thank you for understanding the assignment when I asked you guys to dress up your curse words. I appreciate that.
But Kevin and all that DNR, they all lied. They lied so bad. If you ever seen DNR out there, where were they at? 90% of the time, if you saw them.
So this thing is, there were DNR officers out there with us sometimes, but a lot of times they were parked at the inlet. There at the jet, in between the jetties.
You see, that's where they were all the time, right there at the jetties. They hardly ever went anywhere. They would stay right there at the jetty rocks.
You know, we did work with a lot of, of amazing men and women that were with the DNR that, when they were out there, they did help out. They did help, search areas and all that. But the problem is that you're searching with equipment that isn't adequate to do a search when you can't even tell me how deep the water is.
Yeah. I mean, their sonar wasn't good at all.
Yeah, you can have all the fancy boats and stuff like that, but if you don't have the equipment or training, what good are the fancy boats?
Yeah, because you made a comment that they had this really expensive boat, but their equipment was so outdated. In the response to Kevin, because brought that up, you know what the response of Kevin was? Well, if we did buy new equipment, if we bought new equipment in just a few months, it would be outdated.
That's not
He said
true.
that. Yeah, that's what Kevin Perdue told me. Yeah, it's crazy. I tell you, I could tell you some stories from Kevin.
I know departments that are using sonar equipment that are from 5, 8 years ago and doing very remarkable at doing recoveries. It's how you're taught, how you learn how to use that piece of equipment to understand what's down there and how to use it to your best advantage. It doesn't matter if you have a piece of equipment that's brand new or a piece of equipment that's 10 years old. If you don't know how to use it, it's worthless.
Yep.
Yeah.
But you got to have that piece of equipment, use it.
See, it doesn't
Yeah,
make
they
any
didn't know
sense. It's
nothing.
not like they don't have money. It's not like they don't have income to be able to have that on their boats. They should be, getting their officers, if they need to be master divers in order to do their job, then that's the kind of training that they need to make sure that these people are equipped with, because otherwise they needed to have certified master divers on standby while there's an active search and recovery occurring, because
Instead
it
of the fire department.
there's no chain of command. And it just it frustrates me, and I know that it frustrates Shay. And Shay, I just want to thank you so much for being here, and you too, New Start Homestead,
Yeah.
because
Of
if when we stop talking about Tyler, they're going to forget about him, and that's
Brad,
why we can't stop talking about it.
Brad, can
We
you
got to be the voice of Tyler.
right? And Brad, can you refresh my memory? I think it might have been. I think the last day you were there, was it on a Saturday, the 25th of February? That was the last day,
It was a Saturday, I believe it was, because we sat in the tent, and that was the hardest day of my life. Sitting down with you guys and explaining that we hit that proverbial brick wall where we weren't getting any more hits with the dogs, we weren't getting any more hits with the sonar.
Yeah, I know. I just want to make sure
we had the discussion.
Right. I want to make sure we had my date right, because you know what? It was all a blur to me. You remember me that day. As soon as I heard you were leaving, you saw what I did. I got in the car for a while to calm myself down, and I went back out. But I believe that you left on the 25th of February, right?
March the 3rd.
Let me check. I might be able to pull up the record.
Because
the day you got a flat tire, going back, was that the day you left, or?
No, that was the day after.
All right, so the day, so he left on March the 2nd.
Okay. Okay, that's right, because your family was coming, and I'm just trying to figure out exactly the day. Not for any particular reason, but I know I remember that day, and I remember how sad I was just because you were leaving.
Yes.
And we didn't want you to leave because you were our last hope. And but Brad, thank you for everything you did for us.
Oh, yes.
You didn't have to come.
I wish I could have did more on.
No, you couldn't have done any more. You did all you could. You were fighting a battle that you fought harder than we could fight for Tyler. I mean, you did everything you could possibly do. And if anybody
Well, I
can see
appreciate
that,
it.
see it.
I appreciate everything you guys have done for us, and I wish we could have did more. I wish our hands would have been tied.
Right.
It felt like we were going into a battle with both of our hands tied behind our back, and it just definitely wasn't right. Another thing this is what I want to say is that we came 17 hours away for a complete stranger.
Yep.
Christian was supposed to be his friend, and didn't he walk down or didn't keep track of him? I don't get that. As a friend or as even a stranger that's in the water, I would have did everything and anything to keep eyes on that person.
Me too. Me too, Brad. That's exactly right. I've said that from day one, and to even hear from another family member myself that is now like best buddies with this dude, defending him, it really bothers me to my core to hear him say that the Coast Guard and DNR did not allow Christian Holden to go out and participate in the search. Well, they certainly did not restrict him from making a phone call to our family. I mean, and we know for a fact the Coast Guard didn't give a shit about him. They were out looking for Tyler. They didn't care if he was out there too.
And this is my personal opinion, all right? Not anything else. This is my personal opinion. And I'll say this, and I've said it since I blew in the face. A lot of answers could have been answered for you guys if he would just sat down with you. Doesn't have to be in front of, a bunch of people. Just the immediate family. Sit down with you, explain this is what happened. This is how it happened.
Yep.
But just talk to you. But not being transparent just makes more questions than answers.
Right, and our local EMS who was at the Windjammer Village where you were at that landing, why would they let somebody, like, I don't know if our EMS people are not trained to like work with law enforcement, but they told us, hold tight, there's going to be a police officer here, that he's going to give you guys an update. Well, you know what? I wasn't going to hold tight nowhere. I was going to go look for my nephew wherever I was going to go look for him at. But in the meantime, TJ Brown was there taking Christian Holden's gun and his waders. I mean, I don't know if our EMS workers are not trained to like, hey, this could be some type of criminal investigation. You don't let anybody leave. You don't let nobody take anything. I mean, this whole, it's just bullshit. I don't know.
So when I take it back, because you came down on February the 6th. You actually got down here on February the 6th. The day that you got the sonar pictures and got the hit on the dogs was my birthday, which was February the 8th.
So we left Wisconsin on Sunday, February the 5th.
Yep.
We were still there February 24th because that's when we finally got permission to put a diver in the spot of where we had the hits before, and that was umpteen days later.
Yeah, so like when you arrived, because when you arrived to North Myrtle Beach was on the 6th, and on February the 8th, I said the only thing I wanted for my birthday was to find Tyler. And then that was the day, because I got a picture of, I went on the boat with Brian, and that was just 2 days after you got there. You found the hits with the dog and the sonar, because it was on my birthday.
Because, I got pictures. February 17th is when we rented the helicopter. February 18th, February 19th is when we got the big boat.
So you done in 2 days what DNR couldn't do in 10, 12 days.
And that's the thing is, even a lot of people were saying, well, why weren't you on the water all the time? Well, there's days that we couldn't be on the water because on like how unsafe it was, but we were still doing things. We were doing intercoastal searches. We actually went and rented a helicopter for the day. We were flying drones. We were always doing something. We were always moving forward.
Yeah, because I always said, you feel safe on your boat because your boat was so much smaller, and I was on a bigger boat with Shane's boat, and I was like, I would be terrified in your boat. I mean, it wouldn't have been safe.
There were some interesting moments. I ain't gonna lie. There was definitely gives you a respect of how that ocean can go from completely calm, and then like someone hits a switch and it's just waves, and it's definitely a scary situation and place there. How it changes in a matter of minutes without any warning.
Yep.
Brad, do you feel like you were blocked from making any progress at every turn by DNR? Jenny Hinton wants to know.
We were blocked on being able to, dive our own targets. We always had to get permission to do anything, and it was very hindrance on that part.
Which is so crazy because they wouldn't.
Yeah, when we're on a search, we usually say we located an object, or we put a diver in. We don't ever recover that. If it's a person or an object, we don't ever recover it. We secure it because we know it's an investigation. You only get one chance to get it right. So we'll secure like a buoy to that person. At least then you're following that buoy. You know where that person is. We never had the opportunity to do any of that.
Dutchess, and that contradicts what Kevin Perdue said that day. So they wouldn't allow Brad to dive, but yet Kevin Perdue said anybody can come and do whatever they want because we can't give permission because we would be held reliable. But yet Brad had to get permission to dive.
Just to come down there.
He said he had to show all of the certifications for the dogs and all kinds of stuff before they would even allow him to come down. And I did see somebody ask, who invited you to come down? Well, I know that I reached out to you via Facebook message, but were there other people that reached out also?
So we're contacted by a lot of family members and friends of missing people. We only work with law enforcement, DNR, FBI, because every case is treated as an investigation until it's proven that it's not.
Right.
So we can't come in just off the request of a family member. That's why we talked to DNR. We were invited in to work with DNR.
Interesting.
But see, when Kevin Perdue said that day, like you can get any of these people to come. We don't have, like with I guess like some of the people that wanted to come and Shay kept saying, well, you got to invite them, and Kevin Perdue, we don't have to invite them. They can just come and do whatever they want. But see, that's not true. See, no, Kevin Perdue lied about that.
Do you think that his superiors are okay with him lying? I mean, surely not, right? This just makes no sense. And yeah, Brad, a professional, was blocked from doing what he does, but JJ was given free reign with no experience. Make that make sense. Angela said, did Brad hear the banging noise in the background of the 911 call from CH?
No, I did not.
Yeah, there's a part of the 911 call. I don't have it on hand right now because you're on the phone and I'm on my lap. I don't have it on my laptop. If Shay had it, I would play that for you. But it's in this one part of the call, it sounds like there's water splashing up against the hull of a boat. It's like, when you're sitting out in your boat, just idle, like without the engine on, and the water's just splashing up against the boat, whether it's aluminum bottom or, it makes that banging noise.
Yeah.
And that is the sound that was on the phone call with Christian Holden. Do you remember that, Shay?
Yes, I remember it. Mm-hmm.
I mean, it was very distinct. And I played a video from Chaos Divers to show the day that they came out because I had people asking me about it. And there was a point where they were just sitting out in the jetty. And then that noise came up while she was talking. You could hear the water lapping up against their boat because, they were just sitting out there idle. And everybody was commenting like, that's the sound from the 911 call. So I'm like, but there wasn't a boat by Christian because Tyler was supposedly out The boat was like, you know, make that make sense. So I'm just asking you what that noise would have been, and did you hear any banging noises while you were out there at the jetty? Talk to us about that.
No, we didn't hear anything like that. Jetties are one of the things where if you get too close, they can suck you in really easy, and you can tear a boat up really easy. So being that close to the jetty is dangerous. And I guess I was told too is that Tyler was having boat problems before he even like when he left Christian. I was like, well, if he's having boat problems, why did Christian let him go? If he knew that, and a boat's gonna be sucked into the jetties, into the rocks. It's not gonna be sucked out. You're gonna crash into the rocks.
So that was another question. If on a small craft advisory, because your boat was probably roughly around the same size as Tyler's.
We had the same length boat. Yep.
Okay, so on a small craft advisory with possible 4 to 5 foot waves, how safe would it be for you to take your boat up against the rocks to let somebody out?
I wouldn't do it. There's no way.
Yeah.
There's no way it would not be safe. I can speak from experience because we got caught out in one of the small craft advisories that just came on, and we had waves coming over our boat into the boat, and luckily I had a good motor and both village pumps going, but I had water up past my ankles, so there's no way I'd get close. Even on a good day, I wouldn't get close to them.
And how long did it take you to get from the landing where we were to the jetties? Roughly.
A while. It was a while.
So 20, 30 minutes?
It took us 30
At
minutes
least.
on the jet ski.
At least.
So we come to the conclusion that, that Tyler left the landing around 3:30. Actually, it would have been a little bit after 3:30, but 3:30. And then he started having boat trouble within, well, it could have been happening before that, but at least 15 minutes from the time he got out there. We think.
Yeah, see, Angela said that's what my husband said. The boat would crash against the rocks. Yeah.
But there's no dents or anything, so I don't understand. That's because I've been out there when the waves were really high. And on a bigger boat than your boat, but smaller than what I got on Shane's boat. And we had to ride in, I thought they were 8 foot waves, but they were only like 4 to 5 foot waves, and those were huge.
I'll have to find a clip of that, Brad, and then I will send it to you if you text me your email. And me or maybe Shay, if she has it, where she can get to it quicker than I can, I'll try to find it and clip. I won't try to send you the whole thing unless you want me to send you the whole 911 call. I'll be happy to do it. But I want you to hear that noise and then just give me your feedback and let me know what you. I would just like to have your opinion about it because you're someone who goes out on boats, and I just wanted to know if you thought that sound was water lapping against an aluminum bottom boat or a boat of some sort, or was that something that you would, because some people are saying, well, they think it sounds like the wind. I personally don't think it sounds like the wind, and I have experience on the water. I've lived here for 25 years. So I just wanted to get your opinion about that. So, and I'll send that to you sometime this week. And just whenever you have time, you can, listen to a clip of that and just let me know your thoughts. And if you don't know what it is, just say, I have no idea. That's strange. Just.
Yeah, I'll take a listen to it.
And a lot of people are saying it does sound similar to the water hitting the boat here in the chat. So, we just wanted to ask you those questions. Does anyone else have any questions for Brad? We really appreciate you calling in and talking with us and just sharing this. I think it's really good for people to hear the stories directly from you, especially on Josh Johnson and things like that. Like, I think people just wanted to understand, well, I heard he was on the boat with Brad, and how did that come to pass? And what were your thoughts about him not turning over the decoys to South Carolina DNR, but instead giving them to Lakeland or the mother, and not, I mean, that's kind of like interfering in an investigation, right?
Yeah, I mean, all that's evidence, and all that needs to be collected by a law enforcement, DNR, or some agency, because that's evidence. We don't know what happened to Tyler or didn't happen, and you only get one chance to prove it right. And now that evidence is, any of that evidence is not admissible in court because it was never collected.
Well, that's just like the waiters. The waiters, when we found them, we gave them to North Carolina, and then from North Carolina, they were given to South Carolina DNR, and South Carolina DNR took them straight to Lakeland.
Yeah, where she took pictures of the money and all his cards and posted it all on Facebook.
It caused so much drama.
Right. But Brad, I just want to say to you, I want to thank you for everything. Give your wife and your beautiful children my love and a hug. And if Tyler could have ever met you, I'm telling you, if there was ever a guy that was so similar to Tyler, it would be you. You're just like a teddy bear, and that's how he was. Like, he could get along with anybody, loved everybody, and you remind me of a bigger, older version of him.
Well, thank you very much. I mean, I never got the privilege to meet the man, but you guys did an amazing job raising a very good man. Every story I've ever heard is that he didn't know a stranger. He had a great head on his shoulders. Just amazing man. So, you guys have a really remarkable, man there. And saddened that I never got to meet him, but I'm happy I got to know him through the stories that you guys shared with us.
Keep checking on Nana, because she cares about you too.
I will definitely be doing that, and be checking on all you guys. And like I said, like I told you from the get-go, from day one when I met you, is that you're not in this fight by yourself, and you're not alone, and you're stuck with me.
That's a good thing. We're happy to be stuck with you.
Well, Brad, thank you so much for joining us tonight. I'm going to go ahead and let you go because it's getting late. And I know you have to go to work tomorrow too, like the rest of us. So, but if you ever want to come back again, just give me a call and maybe I'll see you in the chat on future live streams.
Definitely. You guys take care and love you all. Take care.
All right. Thank you. All right. Bye. Good night, Brad. Bye-bye. All right, guys. That was a very interesting call. Y'all put some hearts in the chat for Brad. And thank him so much for being here to talk to us. That was a lot of good information.
It was.
It really makes me mad that the attorney says that it's basically he said.
Yeah, because
he's got to prove that. And so I don't know. I wonder if Mr. Jeff Gore would be willing to come forward and say, hey, I know that picture exists, and that he knows that was turned over, because I feel like he would know.
Well, Mr. Jeff Gore's already talked to my mom about it. He saw it himself. So he knows. We'll get to the bottom of it. It's just when slack police officers, or whatever you want to call the DNR. I don't know what would you call DNR? I mean, the fish police? I'm not sure. But
Yeah.
Do not associate yourself with them.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, hopefully we can work together to get answers and also change laws in our county, our state. They don't need to be.
And that's what we're pushing for.
People.
I'm gonna keep trying to get that that permission to peacefully protest outside the Capitol. I know some people were saying they were calling Horry County to get one. And listen, if y'all want to go do your own little protest in Aner at the District 4 office, that's where Ronnie Floyd's the head of. I don't know what that's going to do, really. Angela, DNR, do not respond.
Yes.
That was pretty. That's accurate. I just lost my train of thought as soon as I saw that. I just got so tickled. I don't know. I think it's because I'm tired. If you guys want to go and protest outside of his office, I don't really know what that's going to do because he's the boss at that office. So I want to go to Columbia in front of the administration because that's who we need to get their attention. And I'm just hoping, you know, the word on the street. Now this is hearsay, so don't go telling everybody that it's fact because I just heard from a bird that other people in the DNR, and I'm not talking about like people that just live around here, but other people in the DNR, they know all about us. They know all about the lives. They know all about the Facebook group, and they know all about that this is a mess. But the mess didn't come from us, y'all.
No, it did not.
The mess is the people that are involved with the DNR. And not all DNR officers are bad. We have some excellent DNR officers.
It's the head people.
Yeah.
It's, you know, to allow certain officers to get away with this kind of behavior is reflective of their superior. And I really hope their superior would put their foot down. But apparently it's a running theme that you just look the other way when this is happening. So that's why that's why we have this platform here, is to be able to talk about the truth, because enough is enough. And I hope that every legislative person in this county and this state sees these live streams and they find out what the truth is. Because the days of being silent about what is happening, this is why people don't respect law enforcement, is because of people involved in law enforcement that are doing things like this. I know a lot of respectable law enforcement officers. Lieutenant Corey Delina is one of those people with the Horry County Police Department, and I respect him, and he is a good officer of the law. Always there when you need somebody to help. Always kind. He shows compassion and empathy.
I agree with you. Not all law enforcement people are bad people.
And we talked about this, Shay, like with us both working in the healthcare field. There's doctors and nurses that are not good at all. It happens in all professions, but you have to get rid of those people because it poisons what people think about that in general. They make a general consensus out of that.
Right.
And what good is saying that you're carrying out the law and that you're protecting citizens and that you're there to help, to serve and protect if you're not doing your job?
Right. You got 3 nurses on the board right here. Marie was a nurse for a very long time.
In a nursing facility. Yeah, a nursing facility, and it's really bad in there.
Yeah, and I can
That's
probably
hard work,
say the
Marie.
3 of us probably don't want to be nurses anymore because of the corrupt nurses and doctors you had to be around.
That's exactly why I'm not involved with it anymore. It's just
too.
Administration in a nutshell, because they don't want to get rid of the bad people, and they want you to take the fall for the things that they don't want to change. And it's a glitch in the way that things work. And, you know, we got the good old boy system here in South Kakalaki. But I'm done with that because you're affecting people that I care about and their lives, their loved one who may have lost his life to, was it an accident? Was it something nefarious? You know, was it even investigated properly? Was everything carried out like with the training that you say that you have? You know, in my personal opinion, I don't believe so. I've been to college, Ronnie Floyd. You're not the only one. I've not only been a nurse, but I went to school for sociology, psychology, with a concentration in criminology. So when I tell you that this isn't my first rodeo with seeing stuff, and then being able to look back on my education and know how things work, it really makes me furious. See, I don't work in a capacity to be able to call you out, but I do have a platform where I can allow people to speak their truth, because the truth matters. The
Right.
justice system in this world is, it's corrupt. You never know what you're going to get.
Even if it was an accident, the miscommunication from the beginning of it, even if he was in the boat, if the boat didn't start, if he fell in the water and he drowned, the miscommunication, the delay in contacting help, then at that point, at the top of the 911 report, it says unknown if any other person is in distress or whatever. So they didn't even know that there was a second person.
Right.
So all that led to where we are now. So no matter what, there's fault.
There's fault somewhere.
Yeah. So even if Christian didn't hurt Tyler, he hurt Tyler by not getting the help to him and miscommunicating the information that then led to him drowning, if that's what happened.
Right.
And then the rescue people not searching for him, and then DNR delaying, which delayed the Coast Guard, and you're already out of your 1-2 hour window that he could have survived in this water.
Right. They gave him 12 hours to survive in that water. And I never saw a DNR agent. Like I said, the police didn't even come to the windjammer in time. I mean, he was allowed to take his gun and waders and hand it over to TJ Brown. So, I mean, from the get-go, there was a lot of things that went wrong. He delayed calling for help for Tyler. I mean, there is something went wrong and somebody to blame. Just like Marie said, things could have went differently, and he could have possibly been alive if they had done everything the way they should have. And that's the same day that Horry County 911 was being relocated to a different location. And who's to say if that was not the problem? The miscommunication. They were moving buildings.
And if you think about it, even if we could just say, okay, well, Tyler knew he was in stress. Why didn't he call somebody? He was trying to fix his boat. If you even go back to the original, not the 26-minute call, but if you go to the call that was at 4:41 to Christian, where he was in distress at that point, where his boat was probably taken on water. If the rescue people had been called at that moment, they would have been able to arrive before his boat went into the water or his phone was lost. So there was still a 12-minute that they could have got there before that phone went dead.
Yeah.
Well, thank y'all so much for joining me. We have been here for 4 hours and 29 minutes, and it has been an amazing conversation. We've talked about some really important things, and I want to thank all the members and subscribers and moderators for being here tonight for this very important conversation.
Yes.
Thank you, AJ, if you're still out there listening. We really appreciate you being here, and I hope your nephew's doing good. And thank you, Marie and Shay, for coming up and talking to us. And thank you, Brad, for joining us for a conversation. I love you too, Duke. So I'm going to jump off here and go make me a snack because I've worked up an appetite with all of this. I just want to say a quick prayer before we leave. I know that my friend Donna Blackman wanted to pray because Melissa's going to be sending out those letters tomorrow to Governor Henry McMaster and AG Alan Wilson and Representative William Bailey, who serves on the Legislative Oversight Committee, and SLED Chief Mark Keel. So I just wanted to say a little prayer before we leave out of here. And this is from Donna. And so, Dawn, I love you so much. Thank you for this prayer. I would like all of us that would like to pray over these letters and to pray for the Doyle family.
Thank you
Please
so
join
much.
us, and we're going to lift up the letters, and we're going to lift up the Doyle family. We're going to pray for answers. Our Father in heaven, because he says, truly I tell you, whatever you bind on earth will be bound in heaven, and whatever you loose on earth will be loosed in heaven. Again, I tell you that if two of you on earth agree about anything they ask for, it will be done for them by my Father in heaven. For where 2 or 3 gather in my name, there I am with them. We will praise you, O Lord. We will exalt you. Great is your name, King of glory, and mighty is your word in heaven and the earth. Your greatness we can't even think of. You're greater than the greatest and bigger than the biggest. You are the Lord above all the earth, and no one can compare to you. We call on your name tonight, and please hear our prayer. Do not hide your face at all, because your face is what we need right now. Turn your ear and hear us, oh God. Hear the cries of the Doyle family, dear Lord, today, and give them peace and comfort as we send out these letters to get answers that only you can provide, God. Strengthen us with all of your spirit, Lord, and take charge and take control of the situation of Tyler Doyle's missing case. We know you can do this, and we believe you have done it. Forgive us of all of our sins that may render our prayers unanswered, and fill us with the fruits of the Holy Spirit, and open the eyes of the ones receiving these letters, that they will see the injustice that has been inflicted onto Tyler Doyle and his family. And we thank you, because we know you have done it, and you are a great God, and we know that you will change their hearts and minds. Thank you, everlasting Father, and thank you for the Doyle family. Thank you for bringing us together to work together, to fight for justice for Tyler. You are the greatest and the most powerful God. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you so much to everyone. Everyone. Thank you for everything that you've done, Dutchess. Thank you, Marie, for being here. AJ, everybody who supports us. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome. You're so welcome. Look at my flat hair.
My mess. I'm into bed. I'm ready to go to sleep.
Me too. I am exhausted. But I wanted to share that prayer because I feel like we need that, because I feel like that we are that revolution. We're taking a stand, and, I'm just giving it to the Lord, because he's going to help us fight this battle. And I believe in it. And we're gathered here together. We have a great group of people here together right now, 100 people that are still here together. So, I give him all the glory, because we're going to get answers, Shay. I promise you. And I love you, sis.
I love you too, sis. I love you too, Ree.
And I'll talk to you soon. Okay. Marie, thank you so much for being here. I love you so much. And you've really gone over these phone records and everything. And I just appreciate all that you contribute. And y'all go sub up to New Start Homestead's channel. I need to share her channel in there. I need to go find it so I can share it in the chat. If I have any moderators in there, if y'all can grab that link.
Yeah, go to New Homestead, because she's got some amazing stuff going on. And
she does. She's already got 1.8 thousand subscribers. That's amazing.
Thank you.
She's living off the land, and you can learn a lot from her. She's a very smart woman.
Oh, I love you.
I love you.
Okay, I just dropped her link in the chat. Y'all go sub up to New Start Homestead, and she's, y'all, I love her goats and all of her little animals and stuff, and she always makes me laugh too. So, but I love both of y'all so much, and thank you for being here. And I wish both of you a good week. And Shay, I know we'll probably catch up this week because I do want to see that boat.
We will.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
I love you.
Good
I hope
night.
both of you have a good night, and I will
You
talk to
too.
y'all very soon.
All right. Good
Good
night.
night.
Good night.
Y'all put some hearts and prayer hands in the chat for Miss Marie and Miss Shay. I really appreciate when they, just come up, and join me, because it always, we always have a really good conversation, and it's so good to hear from the family, because that's why we're here. We're here to advocate for the family, because we need to find justice for the Doyle family and for Tyler. That's what Tyler would want us to do. He would want us to keep fighting, to find out what really happened. And would we have known all the things that we know now if it hadn't have been for AJ and all of these people working so diligently together? Because I can't take credit for all of this. You guys know that. I just simply have this little space where everybody can come and talk about all of the information that matters, in hopes that someone will see this live stream and share it out to the people who need to see it. Governor McMaster, if you're listening to this live stream, we appreciate you. And I know that you're going to do the right thing. I trust in you. We vote for you. I know you'll handle it. I'm trusting in that. I have to trust in it because I believe in Jesus, and Jesus needs to take the wheel away from PNR. Because we need to bring Tyler home. That's right. That's exactly right, Mama Bear. I really love and appreciate all of y'all for being here to support this family. Because we're getting closer, you guys. We're getting closer. We're going to get answers. Hey, Matthew. Thank you, Jenna, for going over there. Yeah, y'all go make sure you're subbed up. If you're in here chatting, you're definitely subbed up. But if you're watching from the bushes and you're not subbed up, just hit that subscribe button. Ring the notification bell. That way you'll get notified of all my lives. Hey, Scooter Brown, what's up? Good to see you. Oh, thank you, Mama Bear. I'm tired. It's been a long day. I've been running around on the phone, making phone calls, still trying to get this peaceful protest petition. But at least we know when. Now, I don't know. I think Gimme to See, we did say something about the DNR meeting possibly being on a Zoom call. I don't know if that's still how they're doing it because of COVID, but there was a time when you could actually go to the meeting in person. I'm going to make some phone calls. I'm going to find out all of the things. Save AJ on a plane ticket. Yeah, someone needs to send my YouTube channel to the governor. Melissa, you can put that in there. Please send my link and the Tyler Doyle playlist. He's going to probably panic when he sees all these videos. So don't send them, all of them. Probably the ones with the family and where we're trying to get justice. Because I feel like we have some, like the Danny Jewel phone call. He needs to hear that. He needs to hear, I've sent him some stuff, but you know what? I've not gotten an answer. But I bet Melissa can get some answers. We're just going to keep fighting together. And thank you again to Lisa and Jennifer for putting out those flyers from Cherry Grove to Southport. You guys are amazing. If you want to connect with me about getting some flyers, or if you can print your own flyers and hang them up, and you want to share your pictures of you hanging up flyers, and tell me, where you hung the flyers up at, etc. Shoot me an email at duchessforthemissing@gmail.com, or you can connect with me on Facebook Messenger. If there's information you can get out of the Facebook group, off of cleartruth.com or off of these live streams, please try not to message me. I have about 150 messages that I still have to go through because I bet I get 25 to 30 messages a day, and I'm still not through all the spam messages. And I'm seeing a lot of repeat questions. So if I don't respond to you, it's because it's something I've already addressed. And I don't want you guys to be sad that I didn't address you. It's just I can't get to all of these emails. But if I see something that I feel like that I can address, I usually just try to address it on my live if I don't have time to text you back. But if I do have some extra time, then I will send you a message. I try to answer everybody that I can. Yes, we do need to send them all the lives if we can. Thank you, Dawn. And I will check that. I will look into my emails and stuff tomorrow morning when I get up and go through all of my paperwork and everything. So, and Julianne, you can actually get that off of my Facebook page. There's a copy there. I think it's on the Facebook group. If you're not in the group, it's actually on my Facebook page in the photos. You can go there and you can download it on your phone, and you can take that to Office Depot. That's where I used to have to print my flyers at until I started having Sinorama make them for me. So if you can download it from your phone, you can probably print it from there. But if you're on Facebook, just send me a message and I'll shoot you one. If you need a flyer, just let me know and I'll send you one. So I appreciate all of you guys being here, and thank you to all the members. I really appreciate y'all so very much, and I just want to, I don't want to deprive y'all from your song, because I had some people say, you didn't play my song. And I was like, well, let me make sure that I play your song. So listen, I'm going to play it for the members now. There y'all go. Now you're wide awake after I played that song. I hope y'all have a wonderful evening, and we are going to try to make it back here on Sunday. And I'm going to be working on a couple of other live streams. I'm just trying to go through all of the information now to get everything out that I need. For a couple of different missing cases and some other case stuff that I'm working on to help get information about corruption out there for a very good friend of mine. So, and I also have a backup channel. And I don't know if you guys know, you can find that on my wall under channels. It's called Sugar Britches, and it's a backup channel where I tell bedtime stories, and we just talk about anything that doesn't have to do with true crime and missing cases. And if you guys are ever interested in going over there, you can always sub up to my backup channel. I'll have to go over and grab I don't even know my own link. Oh my gosh. But please do come over there. I have a lot of people that want to just listen to a regular podcast and stuff like that. So if you guys are ever interested, I have a lot of people that tell me they think I have an ASMR voice and they like for me to read stories. Right now we're doing Poe. We were doing The Pit and the Pendulum. I've just had a lot of stuff going on and I haven't been able to do that. So I'm going to try to do a live stream tomorrow night late, where we're going to finish up reading The Pit and the Pendulum. And then you guys, if you come in the chat, you can tell me what kind of bedtime stories that you want to hear. And we're going to take a poll, and I'll let you guys vote. And then I'll grab that book, and then I'll know what we can plan to do. Because, Halloween's coming up, so I figured you guys might want me to read like a scary story or, something like that. So, so y'all go sub up to my backup channel. you know, the less serious side of Dutchess, where we laugh, we dance, we watch Scott H dance. And I know you guys have probably, a lot of y'all don't even know who that is, but it's an ongoing, well, Lolly knows who that is. We do all the things. We laugh, we meme, we just try to keep it light and fun and all of that. Right, Rosie? Yeah, we stay away from the cray-cray side of things. We just, you know, we just be ourselves, sip some sweet tea and, you know, do a little gossip, talk about whatever's happening and, you know, laugh a little bit, that kind of stuff. And then we read bedtime stories, that kind of thing. So, oh, look, I dropped it as myself. What am I doing right now? Hang on, I gotta go back to my regular channel. I'm making myself laugh right now. I didn't even go back to my regular channel. I dropped it as like myself on my other channel. Yes, Sherry, that I do that on my backup channel. Look, there's the link, Sherry. And now you can come over and sub up over there. I'm not monetized over there. All you have to do is hit the subscribe button. You don't have to pay anything, or it's just a place where we hang out and just laugh and pray and watch funny videos, and then we do bedtime stories, that type of stuff. It's a place to chill from all the anxiety kind of thing. So, again, thank you to all the members for being here and being a part of this team. If you ever have questions or need anything, and if you're on the top 3 tiers, don't forget you can come over to Discord, and those links are on the membership section of the YouTube channel. And I do exclusive drops, stuff that I don't share. If I get exclusive information that I share with members, like I'll share it with the members on YouTube community post first. And I'm sure that the other members can tell you that. So, but I hope everyone has a wonderful night and you stay safe. Have an enjoyable week. The weather is nice and cool outside. Go out and enjoy yourself this week and get some fresh air. Don't spend so much time on the internet. And I will post that live stream once I get everything set up on my YouTube community wall. If you guys are interested, make sure you're subscribed to my backup channel, and you'll get a notification when I go live. But I'll also post it on my Dutchess channel on my YouTube community post. I'll share the link. So y'all have a good night, and I'm going to take you guys out of here with that new intro outro that I did of the revolution. So take care, guys. Don't forget to like this video and share this video out on your social media, because maybe somebody will see this video and they'll want to know about Tyler's case. And then you guys can tell them all about it. So take care, guys, and keep the Doyle family in your prayers. Justice for Tyler.